In fact, I am aware that the President has traveled to the UK numerous times on British Airways. We always have to be there between 10 and 11 for him to go. I'm aware that the President had to travel on Qatar Airways numerous times. So I'm just giving that information to Parliament and to the House. And for it to enter the hands that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has traveled on commercial aircraft several times, not once, and I've mentioned at least 3 airlines. Can I finish? The second thing I want to correct is that President Akufo-Addo has not rented any private jet to travel within the country. West Africa, yes. Outside West Africa, yes. But in the country, no. That is also not correct, because that's what you said, that is rented jets and traveling within the country. And Mahama will not do that. It's also true. The third one I want to state is that ever since we took that aircraft to France for it to be done properly, it took almost 6 months, about 6 months to 7 months for it to be fitted properly and brought back. President Akufo-Addo has been using it. In fact, even, I think 2 days before he handed over, he used that aircraft. President Akufo-Addo has used that aircraft for the last 8 months. So it is not as if we were not using that aircraft and now we want President Mahama to use it. It's not a true story. President Akufo-Addo has been using it ever since it returned from France. That's the third point I want to make. And the last point I want to make and still make, which is the last point I want to make and still make, is that President Mahama, when that aircraft was not available, rented aircrafts, private jets, and used outside the country. Yes. Yes. I say yes, that I can say that for a fact. Ask him himself. Ask President Mahama himself. I'm saying you don't have the information, but you ask him himself. Ask him himself. He will tell you that yes, he did when he was president. So these are the 4 things I wanted to say. I'm not saying any controversial thing. I'm not bringing any new facts. These are just the 4 things I wanted to say. That one, President Akufo-Addo has traveled on numerous occasions with commercial jets, commercial aircrafts. I've mentioned the names. 2, President Akufo-Addo has not traveled and has not rented any private jet to be traveling around the country. 3, President Akufo-Addo. Yes, I just repeated what I said. So it's in the hands that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Abuja, please. What we agreed, if you are speaking, then it means you speak and you close the chapter. Please, so that we can move on, please. You have already spoken 2 times on this particular issue. Yes. So, honorable leader of the House, you are still leader. Until you are sworn in, we will still consider you as leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am still the leader of the House. And I've not been sworn in as the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, God willing, tomorrow, Right Honorable Speaker, God willing, tomorrow, the NDC caucus, the majority caucus, will designate our front bench. That will be done tomorrow. But Mr. Speaker, in the meantime, let me state for the records that after consulting with my chief whip, he never said that President Akufo-Addo never traveled on private jets.
He said what? You were the only one who had it. You were the only one who had it.
Never traveled commercial. Mr. Speaker, he's here. But Mr. Speaker, again for the records. Right Honorable Speaker, again for the records. I traveled with the President Mahama, in his recent trip to the UAE. He did not use private jet. I was on the flight. With him. We use Emirates. So let no one create. And Mr. Speaker, the immediate past defense minister made a statement that President Mahama traveled on a private jet, rented a private jet.
I challenge him to bring us evidence now. I challenge him to bring us evidence now. Mr. Speaker, you cannot just make statements without justifications. You can't. You can't. Bring us evidence to prove that he has traveled or rented a private jet. Mr. Speaker, the President Mahama was sworn in on the 7th. On the 7th. No, but so you are saying when he was president, when? 2013. Mr. Speaker, you see that he's changing the goalpost. You are changing the goalpost. You are changing the goalpost. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for Bimbilla is now saying President Mahama traveled on rented a private jet when he was in the past, not recently. It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. Challenge him.
My colleague that as your whip, I'm at your defense. We will do the needful and get it ratified. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, I must say that because of the exigency of this, normally make sure that when this thing comes to my table, that very day, I dispatch it in such a way that nobody will be marked absent if indeed the person has sought permission. So please, we'll do the double check and see where the problem is. Yes, Honorable Nyako.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, page 7, item 30. Yesterday, I was visibly in this chamber. I was just behind you and having tete-a-tete with you, so I don't know why they made a mistake to put me. Which one? If you people have provided electronic means that we can even talk, you should activate it. You don't need to be signing. You say you've gone tech. Why are we still signing on paper and all those things? Activate the thumbprint here so that I can come and register it, and that's it. Yes.
Yes, I'm a witness. Yesterday he was here, we spoke. Even he indicated that he wanted to make contribution, but before he got to his turn, he has checked out of the chamber. So, table, kindly take note. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, same matter.
Honorable Sosu. Then we come to Honorable Asenso Boache and Honorable Emir and Asenso Boache are similar, so we take them together. Then we will discuss. Then finally we come to Manson Kwanta. So we have four statements. So we start with Honorable Sosu. We should have taken that one yesterday, but because of the appointment committee's report, we couldn't take them. So, Honorable Sosu, you may read your statement now.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a statement on Ghana's leadership in ensuring the full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, AfCFTA. Mr. Speaker, on 7th December 2024, Ghanaians went to the polls to vote to reset the nation. During his inauguration on 7 January 2025, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama vowed to collaborate with other African countries to deepen integration and regionalism and to fashion common solutions for Africans' challenges. Based on His Excellency's commitment, Mr. Speaker, I make this statement to remind us of our collective duty in ensuring that Ghana plays a leadership role in championing the full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement headquartered here in Accra, and outline some actionable steps for sustained leadership. Mr. Speaker, in January 2012, at the 18th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the AU, which took place in Ethiopia, the Assembly of Heads of State adopted a landmark decision to ensure that there is an establishment of Continental Free Trade Area by 2017. The purpose was the progressive elimination of tariff and non-tariff barriers for mutually beneficial trading regimes among member states. Also, the heads of state endorsed an action plan to boost intra-Africa trade, also known as Boosting Intra-Africa Trade, BIAT. The BIAT recognized 7 main priority areas of action to promote its cause, namely trade policy, trade-related infrastructure, trade finance, trade facilitation, productive capacity, trade information, and factor market integration. Mr. Speaker, the potential of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement to unify 54 African states, representing over 1.2 billion people and with a combined GDP of over $3.4 trillion, reflects the continent's strategic commitment to collective prosperity. This momentum was further reinforced with Agenda 2063, adopted during the Golden Jubilee of the OAU in 2013, which envisioned a structurally transformed Africa under the banner of the Africa we want. In June 2015, at the 25th AU Summit of the Heads of State, the head of state added another resolution to the commencement negotiation targeted at the creation of the AfTA, where the focus was heavily placed on the liberalization of trade in goods and services in Africa. Subsequently, on the 30th day of May 2012, the agreement of the Continental Free Trade Area entered into force when 24 countries deposited their ratification instrument. The operational phase of the agreement was launched in Niamey, Niger, in July 2019, and official trading under the agreement commenced after Johannesburg's declaration on the first day of January 2021. Mr. Speaker, current projections of the AfTA's outcome are very positive. According to the World Bank study, quote, AfTA can provide this spark. By 2035, we estimate that implementing the agreement will contribute to lifting an additional 30 million people from extreme poverty and 68 million people from moderate poverty. Real income gains from full implementation of the agreement could increase by 7% and nearly 450 billion US dollars. As African economies struggle to manage the consequences of COVID-19, AfTA can provide an anchor for long-term reform and integration. Mr. Speaker, it is my respectful view that the 24-hour economy, which is an industrial revolution policy which strives and benefits immensely from the full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, as Ghana will tend to have an expanded market. Mr. Speaker, despite the promising prospects of AfTA, significant challenges remain. As highlighted by the World Bank, full implementation could lift 30 million people from extreme poverty and generate real income gains of over $450 billion by 2035. However, the projections hinge on African governments taking steps to harmonize their trade laws and surrounding elements of sovereignty for the collective good of the continent. Mr. Speaker, for the AfTA agreement not to remain only an ideology, African governments must show political will and commitment to amend their local trade and investment laws and their treaty obligations to that of their domestic laws for benefit of the entire continent. Mr. Speaker, the AfCFTA presents transformative opportunity for local businesses, including those in Medina constituency where I come from, by facilitating expanded markets and enhancing industrial output. Ghana's 24-hour economic policy could flourish, creating jobs and driving economic growth. This integration, Mr. Speaker, will position Medina and similar constituency, and indeed the entire country, to become critical hub for trade and commerce. To maximize benefits under the AfCFTA, I propose the following. 1. Policy harmonization. Mr. Speaker, I propose that Ghana aligns domestic trade and investment laws with the AfCFTA agreement. 2. Capacity building. Mr. Speaker, I propose that we launch educational initiative to empower local SMEs to leverage the new market opportunities under the AfCFTA. 3. Infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, I propose that we invest in trade-related infrastructure, including transportation and digital connectivity, to streamline intra-African trade. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the AfCFTA is a beacon of hope for Africa's economic integration. Ghana's leadership must inspire the continent, ensuring shared prosperity through unity and cooperation. Mr. Speaker, I call on this Parliament, the Trade Committee, the Ministry of Trade and Industry of Ghana, and its agencies to play a lead role in integration of all markets in Africa for the collective benefit of the people of Africa. Ghana must show leadership in this respect by prioritizing legislative and policy frameworks that will cement Ghana's role as a continental trailblazer. Together, let us make the AfCFTA a reality for the benefit of all Africans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I want to advert members' mind to our Standing Orders 94. I'm going to give you the opportunity to comment, but in order that you make time to listen to all the false statements, I'll control the time. And please indulge with me if you are going beyond the time that will be allotted to you. I hope I'm making myself clear. Very well. So let me start with Honorable Agent Sam.
Honorable Right Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA, became operational since January 2021, thanks to the Nana Bawumia and the MPP administration, which has significantly influenced Ghana's economic landscape. As the host of AfCFTA Secretariat, Ghana has actively engaged in initiatives to enhance the agreement. Mr. Speaker, during the administration of the previous government, Ghana made significant strides in advancing the African Continental Free Trade Initiative. As the host nation of the AfCFTA Secretariat, Ghana demonstrated strong commitment to the agreement implementation. The government established the National AfCFTA Coordination Office under the Ministry of Trade and Industry to serve as a central point for coordinating Ghana's strategic and tactical response to the AfCFTA agreement. Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, I would hereby list some of the few things that the National Coordination Office have done. Number one, the forum on the start of the trading in Ghana maiden export transaction occurred in January 21, as I indicated earlier on. With that, some two companies have been able to export alcoholic beverage and cosmetics to South Africa. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Revenue Authority, as the competent authority...
Honorable, hold on. Yes. Honorable Comfortdale.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is to contribute to the statement, but not to do another statement by reading. He can refer to his note, but he can't pick another statement and read.
Is he reading? I don't think he's reading.
He has been reading throughout.
He was just making reference.
He has been reading throughout. He has to contribute.
Well.
It's a house of records. We have to teach them.
Well. Honorable, we may continue, but just be guided. I'm saying you may continue, but you have to be guided.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I was on the point that the Continental Free Trade has a national office, and that national office has already started doing some good work. The honorable member made mention of 3 key areas that have challenges. 1 is the policy harmonization, 2, capacity building, and 3, infrastructure development. I am aware that in the issue of capacity building, the Ghana Export Promotion Authority and Ghana Export and Import Bank, Exim Bank, have coordinated with the national office to be able to train almost 3,162 of our Ghanaian SMEs. With that, almost 75 companies already have signed on as the have been able to register to have country of origin. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of infrastructure, I am of the firm belief that to facilitate the continental free trade, one has to have a trade facilitation in the areas of the sea, of air, and land. As I speak to you now, Ghana do not have a carrier to be able to facilitate trade between us and other countries. This challenge, if it's resolved by the current administration, will help facilitate trade. Again, in the sub-region, there is a problem now to export or ship anything between the African countries, either from Ghana to Nigeria or to East Africa. Mr. Speaker, it will be helpful that the government of Ghana will invest in the area of sea by providing ships between us and other countries to facilitate trade on the sea. On the land, I am aware that there are road construction that are going on currently that is facilitating trade on the West Africa trade border. I am also aware that we are developing a railway on the eastern corridor between us and Burkina Faso. These are the ingredients that will help in the infrastructure that will promote the continental free trade. That has over 1.3 billion of consumers or of population, and that will contribute to over 3.5 billion of goods and services. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me come to the Minister Designate for Education.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. As I rise to comment on the statement ably made by the Member of Parliament for Medina, the Honorable Francis Xavier Sosu, on leadership in ensuring the full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AfCFTA. Mr. Speaker, whilst commending him, to note that with some disappointment, Africa trades more with the rest of the world than with Africa. That is a statistical fact, that many African countries are happy doing trade and business with the rest of the world than with other African countries. Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that today trade in Africa is $192 billion US, a rise of about 7.26%, and this was captured in an ECA report. Mr. Speaker, part of the problem of poor trade is bad governance. It's only in Africa you still note and observe unconstitutional changes in government that does not give assurance to businesses and to investors. Our persistent poverty remains a major problem. Then, Mr. Speaker, Africa trade, just between Ghana and Nigeria here, Nigeria has what they call restricted products from Ghana which can enter Nigeria. We can't export those products into Nigeria. Yet they can. You can use the example of Dangote cement. It's in Ghana. Do we have our own cement factory in Nigeria? What is the possibility? So we need to do more, and that is why I agree with the maker of the statement that we need to build robust infrastructure. But that will require investment. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, whilst commending the maker of the statement, I can state on authority that one of the early decisions President Mahama will take will be a major revision of the GIPC Act, the Ghana Investment Promotion Council Act, to make it more business-friendly, more investor-friendly, and to meet his aspirations of running Ghana under a 24-hour economy in order that he can attract more foreign direct investment into our country. Mr. Speaker, as he stated in a paragraph, an honorable so next time you learn, we can't get, your pages are not numbered, so next time make sure they are numbered. So, Mr. Speaker, I will labor referring you to the page and to the paragraph, but I'm sure it's in his second page. He talks about 54 African states, which has a population of 1-2 billion. That is how much gain we can make if we were to trade more. Look at cocoa. Its processing in Ghana and in Africa, what the value would be if we were to do value addition to our major export product. Mr. Speaker, how many flights? I heard him talking about aviation. How many flights do we have between Accra and Lagos or Abuja? Probably 1 or 2. And you are talking of African trade. It's only carrying passengers, not goods. Not goods, passengers. They are interested in some 1-2 hour flight from Abuja, Lagos to Nigeria. That is trade. But we should be talking of volumes. And Mr. Speaker, I know my colleague who in his previous role housed AfTech, the former chief executive of Ghana Exim. And he would note with satisfaction some of the good initiatives the previous NDC government did. The Ghana Exim Bank remains the only financial institution which does not depend on savings from customers. Because what we cleverly did, Mr. Speaker, was to charge 0.5% of CIF value. Mr. Speaker, I'm here to discuss it with the President. Even for the Women's Bank, we should be looking at that option. How do we finance a Women's Bank? The development bank we have in Ghana today, what is its state? So probably for the Women's Bank, we may want to take 0.1525% dedicated to support our women who are in need of credit. We should be able to do that. So, and proudly, Mr. Speaker, I conclude. Whilst commending President Mahama and President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we should also commend the late Professor J.E.A. Mills. I recall at the time in January 2012, I was in Ethiopia with him and with Alan Chirimantin then. I think he was playing some role at the African Union, and he guided some of our processes in getting Ghana to insist that the Organization of African Union, the AU, takes a major resolution on that. Mr. Speaker, what Africa needs is trade and investment. It's unfortunate that Ghana beyond 8, we could not walk the talk. With this, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me give it to Honorable Member for Bosome Frehu. Then I come to former Deputy Trade Minister. Bosome Frehu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm giving you the opportunity for the first time.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend my brother Xavier, Honorable Member for Medina constituency, for making such a statement. Mr. Speaker, before I comment on this statement, I would like to also comment some few and key personalities of Ghana who contributed greatly to ensuring that we have AfCFTA. Particularly to mention is Mr. Kwesi Korte, the Deputy Commissioner of the African Union. Mr. Speaker, as a young man working in African Union as at that time, I noticed the key role he played in ensuring that Ghana win that bid to host AfCFTA, which has been one of the monumental achievements of the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo administration. Mr. Speaker, from records, it's clear that the World Bank is envisaging about $450 billion growth in this area, in this AfCFTA. The Minister Designate for Education mentioned the potential growth we are looking at in AfCFTA. Speaker, they went ahead to also mention that it is going to create a possible job for about 30 million African young men and women. Speaker, how do Ghana tend to benefit from this very huge, lucrative industry that we have set up, that we are hosting? Speaker, one, as he mentioned in his statement, harmonizing policies. Speaker, it is very important that for us to make maximum benefit of this after we are hosting. The Speaker, the 1D1F policy from the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo government must be looked at again and empowered and strengthened. The Speaker, like example, we have one of the largest cabbage growing areas in my constituency, Bosomefreho. The Speaker, I am urging the NDC government to come and build a cabbage processing plant in Bosomefreho so we can manufacture the cabbage and export to African countries or other places so we can make money and also employ some of the young men and women in Bosomefreho. Then maybe the 24 hours economy can also have some rippling effects there. The Speaker, having said this, there are some few challenges that is confronting the AfCFTA, which is clear. One, the Speaker, is conflict around the African area. The Minister Designate mentioned some key issues that are among them is conflict. The Speaker, we are seeing the conflict in Burkina Faso. We are seeing the conflict in Niger and other African countries, which is a key major issue that will hinder the development or the progress or the gains AfCFTA is capable of making. Mr. Speaker, another thing we must look at is infrastructure. The former Exim Bank CEO mentioned some development or some projects that the SWAL administration did in ensuring that there is possible infrastructure, because the Speaker, to trade in Africa is movement. It's a human movement. I mean, road, and all that. I will urge the government coming, I will urge the NDC government, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that all those projects that have been started be continued, so that the AfCFTA will make maximum impact of every benefit that we have. Mr. Speaker, the last one I would mention is the slow adaptation of technology. Mr. Speaker, the last time we were talking about the e-gate at the airport. Mr. Speaker, it is one of the major issues which major African countries are even having challenges adopting. Even to adopt the whole AfCFTA, it took many African countries not to even do. Why? Because they are having challenges in developing some of these technologies that can situate them comfortably in the AfCFTA zone. Speaker, when we are looking at making maximum impact in this AfCFTA area, let us encourage that our African partners and brothers would improve upon their technology so that we can synchronize them and make headway. Then Ghana, hosting it, can make maximum impact. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would like to thank you for the opportunity given.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Member, please, you mention your name and your constituency because...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Charles Bawadua. I'm the member for Bongo. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Honorable Member for Medina. Mr. Speaker, I'm doing so on the authority of Order 93, Rules 4 and 5 of the Standing Orders of this House. Mr. Speaker, it appears to me that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is one of those numerous treaties that African countries enter into and do not, in fact, intend to implement to their letter. The statement so made by the Honourable Member shows clearly that there appears not to be enough efforts by African countries to ensure the full implementation of the agreement. Mr. Speaker, the benefits available to Ghana and Africa in general upon the full implementation of the agreement are enormous. Mr. Speaker, we're talking of investment that will increase in many parts of Africa and Ghana in particular if the bottlenecks associated with investments in many countries are ironed out, which is envisaged in the agreement signed by the African countries. Mr. Speaker, we talk also of trade, better jobs, and in better jobs, I'm not talking just about the number of jobs that Ghanaians and Africans stand to enjoy, but also the quality of those jobs. Mr. Speaker, in the manifesto of the NDC, which led to a massive victory by His Excellency Don Dramani Mahama, one of the key policies therein is the 24-hour economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that many of the youth of this country were influenced by the impact of the 24-hour economy that they stand to enjoy, and hence the way the youth voted. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy will work effectively upon the full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Mr. Speaker, it will bring in foreign investors. It will bring in foreign companies who will establish in this country, thereby opening up the job market. Many youth will get jobs. And so I want to commend the Honorable Sesu for making this statement before the floor of this Parliament. And I want to urge the Honorable Ministers designate for Trade and also the Minister designate for Foreign Affairs to work hard to ensure that the agreement is fully implemented, not just in Ghana, but urge other countries to do so, so that we can enjoy the full effect of the agreement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Safeji, you spoke well, nobody interrupted. And you wanted to interrupt, you are fresher.
Mr. Speaker, I was coming on a point of order.
Anyway, so honorable members, we are taking one more from each side, then we take the other statement. We have other equally important statements. So let me go to former Deputy Minister for Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to make a comment on a statement made by Honorable Susu. I guess this statement is a very important one for the simple reason that the African Continental Free Trade Area has come to stay, whether we like it or not. I have said it time and time again that this is a concept that has come to stay and we cannot do anything about it. The good news about this concept is that the African Continental Free Trade has become the biggest customs union in the world. It used to be the ACP Customs Union, but now it has taken over as the biggest customs union in the world. And for the records, out of the 55 African countries in Africa, 54 have signed the agreement and 46 have ratified the agreement, which means that it is going very well. The focus areas of these concepts is in the area of agriculture, automotive industry, pharmaceutical industry, and logistics. Mr. Speaker, the African Continental Free Trade Area is an opportunity for Africans for the first time to explore Africa so well and trade amongst ourselves to be able to generate good things from this concept. There are a lot of good opportunities available in the concept in the area of pharmaceuticals, especially and automotive industry. Ghana has taken a very good advantage of this great opportunity by moving well in our industrial sector, especially the automotive industrial sector. As I'm talking to you now, Ghana has 7 different assemblies operating in Ghana. They are operating 7 different vehicle assembly businesses in Ghana. Out of this, they are producing about 12 different brands of vehicles, which means that Ghana is ready to move to other parts of Africa to do business. I want to entreat Africa that this is a huge opportunity for us, especially not only for SMEs and those in the trade sector, but those in the industrial sector, that they should take advantage of this opportunity. I'm talking about the African Continental Free Trade Area, to get a lot of benefits, because the benefits inherent in this policy is enormous. And I guess it is time for Africa to take its rightful place in the world of business and trade. Because we should not sit down for the white man to come back and exploit this opportunity and we sitting down aloof without doing anything about it. That's how come I said that it's an opportunity for us. I have also said somewhere on a lighter note that it's an opportunity for Africans to explore and exploit ourselves well, gain all the benefits from trading amongst ourselves. And so I see this statement by Honorable Sasu as a very important statement at this particular time, and I want to entreat every business person or any business person who is seriously into business and want to explore other countries to take advantage of this wonderful opportunity called African Continental Free Trade. With these few words, Speaker, I thank you for attention.
Thank you very much. We take the last person from leadership. Do you want to contribute? Let me give the freshman who is up on his feet. Is it Yo-Yo? Yo-Yo, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Salas and Suleimana, the MP for Yo-Yo. With regards to the subject matter, Yo-Yo is one of the border towns, and I'm very sure that Yo-Yo, some of us, we move out of the country to do our farming, and then even bringing back the goods or the crops to your homes becomes a problem. And we also have even your animals crossing to Togo. When you go out of your country, maybe to Togo to bring them back, it becomes a serious matter. And I think this free trade would allow us to move freely without any restrictions. So I support the Honorable MP Sasu for us to work hard to make sure that this comes to reality, so that we don't just speak here and then we leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Yo-Yo. Yes, leadership. Yes, minority leadership.
Speaker, I thank you for the treasured space. Let me commend my good friend, the Honourable Member for Medina, finding the need to present this statement to the House floor. Speaker, commentaries on the statement is encouraging, and it puts matters in proper context. The Honourable Ajensen, the Honourable Asafo-Adjei, and the Honourable Haruna Idrisu have spoken well to the statement, and other colleagues that I cannot exhaust. So there are a few things I find fundamental when we are talking about trade. It comes to me as an irony that even in the face of the Mediterranean Sea, serving as a fiscal gap between Africa and Europe, other trade standards that are very repressive, fair trade standard, Eurogap standard, yet Africa finds a way to trade more with our brothers in Europe than ourselves. And for me, that is the fundamental issue that has to be dealt with. Speaker, the AfCFTA is the biggest trade agreement after WTO. However, many years down the line, we are still talking in terms of a narrative which is focused more on boardroom discussions. Boardroom discussions. To be able to practicalize this, get Africans to sign on to this huge trade agreement that we have to leverage on is still a matter that is still in discussion. Tariffs, which often have constituted a barrier, trade barrier, is still staring at us in our faces. Africa has the youngest, Speaker, data proves that we have the youngest population globally. And so we have no excuse whatsoever. We have passed all the legislation. In the past decade, one can do a casual analysis of legislations that we have passed that are sensitive to trade, and the enhancement of trade, the fair trade concept, the free zone concept, the economic zone concept, yet we appear to be moving in cycles as a country and also as a continent. So I think we have to change our mindset. We must change our mindset, and that is what can really get to the core of the matter and facilitate the very trade that we are looking for. Globally, we are seen as the producers of raw materials. And so until we change our mindset, all the trade agreements will be meaningless unless we change our mindset. We have to change our mindset as a continent. How come that we have all the raw materials? How come we have the biggest number of minerals, and yet we wallow in poverty, abject poverty, and still at where we are? I hope when my colleague, the Honourable Haruna Idrisu, was contributing to the statement, he observed all the key personalities who have contributed to these agreements across the political divide. I want to plead with our colleagues in the NDC administration particularly. It's very revealing that this statement is coming from one of your own on your side. The NPP has set the tone. I'm not being partisan here. We set the tone. We ensure that the Secretariat was won. We are hosting the Secretariat. We have set the tone. let it be said that one day if you are out of power, you will add on to this agreement, and this agreement will be more meaningful, not only to Ghana, but across the frontiers of Africa. So, continue where we've left off, and let's leave a legacy that one day Africa can be proud of. On that note, I want to commend my good friend, the Honorable Sosu. The President, in his acceptance speech, made a very interesting comment. Ghana belongs to a number of international bodies, and then he mentioned there is a new emerging global body called the BRICS. The President has said that Ghana, he will take concrete steps for Ghana to join the BRICS. I found that very interesting. And if it is the case, we will be waiting that the President, in the fullness of time, will give us full details on this matter. The BRICS today, globally, are commanding a lot of respect, both in trade and other diplomatic and bilateral and multilateral exchanges. We hope that decision will be made and the dividends will come to benefit not just Ghana, but our neighbors, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, and other sister countries who live in the West Africa region. So I thank you for the space granted. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much, my majority leadership. Will you say something or should move on?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make a contribution to the statement made by my able friend, Honorable Sosu, the MP for the good people of Medina. Mr. Speaker, the statement made today is actually one of the most important statements that has been made in this House, for the simple reason that the continental Africa free trade, as leader rightly said, is actually the largest free trade area in the world today in terms of population size, in terms of geographic size, and actually in terms of member states. 54 African countries are involved in this. Mr. Speaker, if we get ourselves involved properly, especially since we have the headquarters here, we should be leading the African continental free trade. Many a times we sign an agreement, but we don't put in place the preparation that we need to be able to benefit from this agreement. AGOA comes to mind. We have signed AGOA for almost about 20 years, but you can't actually give a tangible result that we've got from that. So we shouldn't make a mistake with this one, because this can get us out of a lot of serious problems that we have in this country. As many contributors, including the incoming education minister, said, it is usually, Mr. Speaker, that we do sign all these agreements, but we don't put the preparatory work in place. And we keep signing this agreement, and other countries take advantage of us because they make the preparation. If you look at the rush with which we ratified this agreement, and look at how others took their time to do it, because they were putting things in place to make sure that they take a full advantage of it. We have we have a secretariat now, as you rightly said. Government is a continuous process. You have a secretariat now. Now what we need to do is to be able to do the proper coordination and the implementation of this African continental free trade so we can take advantage of it. We are now involved in a pilot project, but what are the plans after this pilot project to be able to take full advantage of it? We trade very little with ourselves as a continent. Most of our businesses are done in Europe, but we don't do much with ourselves. So we need to be able to ask ourselves questions and find out the reasons why we have these challenges or these bottlenecks to be able to take advantage of this African continental free trade.
Recently, they have introduced a payment system which basically allows one country to be able to import from the other without necessarily going through dollars and foreign currencies. This, if it continues, will help us to be able to stabilize our currencies so that the depreciation that we are experiencing at the moment can actually be reduced. So hopefully we will take a full advantage of it. And I should thank the maker of the statement for this fantastic statement on the African Continental Free Trade, which will become, or African countries will all be engulfed in this at least for the next decade. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Let me now turn to Honorable Francis Asenso-Boakye. Incidentally, when he finishes his statement, we will invite Honorable Anthony Mia to also read his statement. It's almost similar, so that we do the contribution together. So, Honorable Former Minister for Roads and Highways.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to address this August House on a matter of utmost national importance, the issue of post-election violence and its far-reaching consequence on our democracy and our socio-economic development. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has, over the past 3 decades, distinguished itself as a beacon of democracy in Africa, conducting 9 peaceful elections under the Fourth Republic. Our legacy of peaceful transitions, adherence to the rule of law, and protection of civil liberties has rightly earned us a place of pride in the global community. To bolster this democratic tradition, the Presidential Transition Act 2012 Act 845 provides a framework for orderly transitions of power. The 2024 transition, Mr. Speaker, adhered to these provisions admirably with commendable cooperation between the outgone and the new administrations. Against this background, Mr. Speaker, there can be no justification for acts of hooliganism, lawlessness, and unauthorized takeovers of public offices witnessed in recent weeks. The post-election violence we have witnessed, including arson, vandalism, physical assault, unlawful takeovers of state agencies, and attacks on security personnel, poses a grave threat to the peace and stability of our nation. These reprehensible acts, reportedly perpetrated by individuals allegedly affiliated with the governing party, seriously undermine our democratic progress and must be condemned in the strongest terms. Mr. Speaker, allow me to provide a few specific examples to illustrate the gravity of the situation. In the Ayesu-Ano constituency, Mr. Speaker, the satisfied supporters of the ruling party set the office of the Electoral Commission ablaze. Again, in some state institutions, including the Ghana National Gas Company, the Bui Power Authority, National Petroleum Authority, and the Ghana Ports and Harbour Authority, among others, were unlawfully invaded, and some public servants being forcefully removed from their offices. Mr. Speaker, in my own constituency of Bantama, on January 8, 2025, some known operatives of the governing party led by the constituency executive, stormed public institutions, including the National Health Insurance Authority and the National Disaster Management Organization, forcefully ejecting staff and locking up their premises. Just last week, Mr. Speaker, a group of individuals unlawfully targeted the Metro Mass Transit Yard in Bantama, demanding control over its assets, including internally generated funds. Such actions not only disrupt governance, but also threaten the livelihoods of affected staff and the local economy. Mr. Speaker, the instances are many, and I believe colleague members have heard similar instances of politically motivated disturbances after the December elections, including in constituencies such as Domekobenya, Ablekumanov, Ukakwe Central, Tema Central, Techiman South, Nsawam, Obuasi East, Ahafuano North, and Ahafuano Southwest. What remains uncertain is when these incidents will end to restore safety of our citizens and ensure uninterrupted business activities and bolster investor confidence. These are most unfortunate and must not be encouraged, regardless of the background of its perpetrators. The recent tragic incident in Obuasi, where some individuals wielding locally manufactured rifles, pump action guns, knives, cutlasses, axes, and machetes intruded the premises of the Anglo Gold Ashanti mine, is widely attributed to post-election violence. This unfortunately led to the burning of vehicles belonging to the private entities and individuals, as well as damages to other private assets. Mr. Speaker, these exchanges with security personnel on duty led to the unfortunate demise of some individuals, with many severely injured. It is deeply troubling that these unlawful activities continue unabated despite the President's recent public admonition. There appeared to be the lack of decisive and immediate action against the perpetrators of these crimes, which creates the impression of tolerance for lawlessness, eroding public trust in our institutions and our rule of law. While at late, Mr. Speaker, may I take the opportunity to caution our friends in the media, crucial players in our democratic process, to be circumspect in their commentaries and reportage that could fuel unlawful behavior before, during, and after elections. I therefore call on the leadership of the National Media Commission, the Ghana Journalists Association, to take decisive steps to bring members found culpable to book. Leadership demands not only rhetoric, but also decisive action. It is imperative that the government moves beyond mere condemnation to ensure that all culprits, regardless of their political affiliation, face full force of the law. Mr. Speaker, this failure in leadership has resulted in other incidents across the nation, including those that occurred just yesterday in the Bole Bamboy constituency and Ho Central constituency, which should be a significant concern for every well-meaning Ghanaian. Honorable Speaker, to safeguard our democracy and deter future occurrence of such unacceptable acts, I urge this House to consider a review of our legislative framework to impose stricter penalties and punitive measures on those who engage in unlawful conduct, including beneficiaries of their actions. Such measures will reaffirm our commitment to the rule of law and protect the integrity of our democratic process. Furthermore, I call on all stakeholders, including security agencies, civil society organizations, traditional authorities, the media, and more importantly, political leaders, to work collaboratively in addressing these menace. We owe it to the Ghanaian people to uphold the values of peace, unity, and good governance. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's democratic credentials are hard-earned, and we must not allow actions of the few to tarnish our reputation as a model of democracy in Africa. Let us act now decisively to restore order, reinforce public confidence in our institutions, and ensure that Ghana remains a shining example of good governance on our continent. To the brave young men and women out there, please do not let yourself to be used by any politician or political party to commit acts that would jeopardize your future. You deserve so much more than being a tool for distraction. Think of the dreams you hold, the goals you have set, and the brighter future that lies ahead of you. Don't throw it all away for anyone's selfish agenda. Honorable Speaker, with these few remarks, I leave this esteemed House to deliberate further, trusting in the collective wisdom of the House to guide us towards a resolution that upholds the principle we cherish and serves the greater good of all. I thank you for your attention and commend this matter to your thoughtful consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, considering the interest on this statement, leadership we have discussed, and if we could take 4 each, and then leadership to conclude, because the interest on this statement is so.
Very well. I said I'm going to collaborate this statement with that one of Honorable Anthony Mie. So, Honorable Member for Odotobri, you may also read yours so that we discuss it together.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for granting me the opportunity to address this House on an issue that strikes at the very heart of our democracy and national development, the disturbing trend of post-election vandalism and the imperative to hold the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, elections represent a sacred process in our democracy, a process through which the people of Ghana express their will and elect leaders to steer the affairs of our nation. It is a manifestation of the sovereignty of the people and the cornerstone of our constitutional framework. However, it is with great concern and disappointment that I highlight the unfortunate acts of violence and vandalism that have over the time marred the post-election period in our country. Mr. Speaker, the acts of vandalism and lawlessness often carried out by individuals or groups who feel aggrieved by election outcomes pose a serious threat to our democracy and social stability. From the destruction of public and private property to physical assaults on individuals, these incidents not only leave a trail of pain and loss, but also undermine the progress we have made as a democratic nation. We must remember that democracy is not just about casting votes. It is about respecting the process and accepting the outcomes, whether favorable or not. In a democratic system, disagreement is natural, but resorting to violence or destruction is not acceptable. Such actions do not resolve disputes, but rather exacerbate tension, deepen divisions, and jeopardize the peace and unity of our nation. Mr. Speaker, let us consider the far-reaching impacts of post-election vandalism, the physical damage to public infrastructure, such as offices of the Electoral Commission, places an undue unburden on our already stretched national resources. For every building destroyed and property damaged, there are funds that have to be redirected from critical developmental projects to repair or rebuild. This is a cost our nation cannot afford, especially in these challenging economic times. Furthermore, the psychological impact on victims of these acts of vandalism cannot be overlooked. Citizens who lose their businesses, homes, or loved ones to such lawless behavior carry emotional scars that may never heal. We must also recognize the broader damage to our collective psyche as a nation. Every act of vandalism chips away at the trust citizens place in our democratic institutions and processes. Mr. Speaker, beyond the internal consequences, we must also consider how these incidents affect Ghana's image in the global stage. Ghana has long been lauded as a beacon of democracy and stability in Africa. However, these recent acts of post-election violence risk tarnishing that reputation and diminishing our standing as a model for other nations. We must not allow this to happen. Mr. Speaker, the rule of law is a bedrock of any functioning democracy. It ensures that all citizens, regardless of status or political affiliation, are subject to the same laws and held accountable for their actions. It is therefore imperative that we apply the law decisively and impartially to address the acts of post-election vandalism. Law enforcement agencies must be empowered and supported to investigate and prosecute individuals and groups responsible for these offenses. Mr. Speaker, impunity breeds further lawlessness. If perpetrators of vandalism are allowed to go unpunished, it sends a dangerous and wrong signal that such behavior is acceptable, emboldening others to follow suit. This vicious cycle must also be broken. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, it is important that the enforcement of the law is seen to be fair and impartial. Allegations of selective justice only serves to deepen mistrust in our institutions. Let us ensure that justice is served without fear or favor and that it is seen to be done. Mr. Speaker, whilst enforcement of the law is crucial, we must also recognize the role of political leadership in addressing this issue. Political parties and their leaders have a moral and civic duty to ensure that their supporters act responsibly and within the bounds of the law. Leadership, Mr. Speaker, is not just about winning elections. It is about setting right examples and fostering a culture of respect for democratic principles and processes. I urge all political leaders to take proactive steps to educate their supporters on the importance of peace and tolerance. They must condemn acts of vandalism in the strongest terms and demonstrate a commitment to resolving disputes through legal and peaceful means. This House is the representative of the people, must also lead by example, demonstrate unity in condemning violence, and upholding the principles of democracy. Mr. Speaker, democracy is a collective effort, and every citizen has a role to play in strengthening it. As citizens, we must embrace the idea that disagreement is a natural part of democratic life, but such disagreements must be expressed through lawful and constructive means. Ghana's constitution provides clear avenues for addressing electoral disputes, and these must be utilized instead of resorting to violence and destruction. I also call on civil society organizations, the media, faith-based organizations to continue their effort in promoting civic education and fostering dialogue. By educating citizens on their rights and responsibilities and by providing platform for constructive engagement, we can reduce the incidence of post-election violence and build a more peaceful society. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, let us reflect on the words of our national anthem. I quote, "And help us to resist oppressors' rule with all our might forevermore." These words remind us of our collective responsibility to uphold the rule of law and protect the values of democracy that our fathers fought for so hard to achieve. Let us commit as a nation to reject all forms of post-election violence and vandalism. Let us work together, lawmakers, political leaders, citizens, and institutions alike, to build a Ghana where disputes are resolved through dialogue and due process, and where peace and stability are cherished above all else. Mr. Speaker, Ghana stands at a crossroad. The path we choose will determine the legacy we leave for future generations. Let us choose the path of peace, unity, and respect for the rule of law. I'm very grateful.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we have two statements.
And they pass to engage them. I started that with Honorable Julius Deborah when he was Minister for Local Government. I sought his permission to meet with the MCAs when he met them at Gimpa, to let them know that it's important for them to themselves bring to the ministry what they want us to help them to promote. And so I'll be championing that again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. I'll give the floor to Honorable AfCFTA.
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations, Honorable Jifa Abla Gomashi. I was just reading the report from the Ghana Tourist Authority about cruise tourism. I'm sure you're aware about it. They reported about 9,000 visitors in 2023. 86% of them went to Cape Coast and Sekeni Takrade area, just about 13% in Tema area. I also found out that there are two local companies involved in this business, Sunseekers and Kaya Tours, Sunseekers Tours. I know a lot of Ghanaians who go to Bahamas and Caribbean to undertake these tourist activities. And I've never heard about this before until I read on their website. I believe it's an area you should look into, especially those of us from the forest areas who are afraid of being on a boat or a ship or a cruise liner to explore the beautiful sea. What are you going to do apart from looking into artifacts, trade shows here and there, in some of the untapped areas of tourism and the challenges therein? I want us to explore further some of these areas. And what are some of the new things you'll be introducing, especially with some of the things that I'm reading about? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Honorable MP, you're not alone in the fear of water. I was born in Accra and I live in Aflao by the sea, but I'm terrified of water. But it's an area that people have passion for and must be invested in and supported. I have had conversations with some Navy officers. In fact, only 2 days ago, one of them showed me also dolphins in our high waters, which could also be added to this cruise experience. It's an area that is new to me and the ministry. I do not recall our engagement in cruise promotion as Deputy Minister back in the day, but it is an area that has been brought to my attention, and the potential seems to be like a very good one. So I will be engaging more on that and seek knowledge and experience from those who have it, so that it can come to the benefit of our country. I think that the untapped opportunities abound, and this is one of them, and I thank you for bringing it up. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Jiva, Ghana has not been able to host major international conferences, and that is a source of revenue or income for most of our tourist facilities, the hotels, restaurants, bars, and what have you. And the answer is simple. We don't even have some of the best conferencing facilities here, or standard rooms in this country. We talk too much, but that's a fact. We can't boast of 1,500 top of the range rooms. If you go to Kempinski, I don't think they have more than 300 rooms. Movenpick, they don't have more than 250 rooms. Lancaster, they won't get you more than 250. Where again? Marriott. They can't, let alone conferencing facilities. That will bring a lot of people into this country and engage car rental companies and what have you. Secondly, our room rates, very expensive. So why won't your nationals go to South Africa, Gambia, Cote d'Ivoire, and other countries, and explore? So what advice will you be giving to a finance minister to look into that area and rather bring down some of the taxes in the tourism sector to attract a lot more people and to raise some additional revenue for the country? What is your take on that, please?
Thank you very much, Chair, and you have hit the nail right on the head. This is an unending discussion, especially where the hotel rates are concerned. Even hotels that have franchise in other countries, ours tend to be very high comparatively. So I agree with you that the lack of infrastructure to meet the growing demands of the world and our country is there in our faces. Apart from engaging with the Minister for Finance, I think that everybody and anyone listening to me who has the wherewithal to engage with private sector in Ghana, out of Ghana, to ensure that we improve on our infrastructure capacity. You are welcome to engage with me after the vetting, and if I do get your nod, this is an issue that we must deal with. I agree with you that the lack of these facilities indeed take away from what could be revenue for our country. Taxes, taxes, taxes. It has been the cry of the hospitality industry.
Even in the ministry as Deputy Minister, I've emceed a lot of programs for this sector, and it is an issue that we must collectively deal with. I overheard the current
incoming Minister for Finance, Honorable Atufosin, saying that he has studied this economy so well, and he has a fair idea how he wants to help us as a country restructure it. I'll be tagging along him and lobbying him vigorously. And I know that you are an economic person as well. Since you identified this problem with me, you perhaps would want to join me to have these kinds of conversations with the finance people so they appreciate the enormity of the task ahead. I thank you, Chairman.
Let me congratulate you and wish you the very best. Thank you.
Very grateful.
And I'll give the floor to Honorable Ritan Odole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, my dear sister. I call her Mama. Mama or Mama. And I want to say a big thank you to His Excellency for bringing you into your field. Congratulations, sis. My question, the cultural policy of Ghana was published in 2004 and spells out what has to be done. How are you planning to make it work to improve the fortunes of tourism in Ghana? And what is the role of the Creative Arts Council?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Honorable Ritana Odole-Sowa, MP for Lada de Kotoko. I'm grateful for the kind words. The cultural policy, I have briefing that some work has been done to review it. I think that it has received parliamentary approval, no, not parliamentary, presidential approval. It's gone to cabinet and I think is out. So they've done some work. I know a couple of the people who have committed their knowledge and expertise in reviewing the cultural policy. It's long overdue, and I'm happy that it's been done. The need for that policy really is, I think, the crux of the matter, because our tourism is hinged on our culture. One of our colleagues just mentioned that if you think of, for example, South Africa, you'll be thinking of safari. But for us, our strength is culture. And it's important that we take a second look at restructuring and realigning the laws that this ministry is going to be working with, make culture strong so tourism can benefit immensely from it. The Centers for National Culture have, over the years, played a huge part in the promotion, preservation, and conservation of our culture. It's been going down, and the revival of this policy document will help us re-strategize and make it better. The Creative Arts agency that has been formed, my understanding before we left office was that it was a multi-purpose vehicle, not an agency, but I see that now it is an agency. When I have the nod, I will take a critical look at the agency and its functions and see how best to make it work with the National Commission on Culture and of course the ministry as a whole. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Supplementary? Another supplementary question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Mama Tifa Abla-Gumashi, there's one thing that has been baffling my mind as a member of Parliament. As we are aware, MPs come from various parts of the country. And I've been thinking aloud, if it's possible that we can organize tours for members of Parliament during recess, so that at least we can go around the country, know each other's constituencies, and then the tourism potentials there, so that at least when we have visitors from outside the country, we know where to take them. And I want to know if you consider that when you are giving the nod as the Minister for Tourism. Thank you. And I know, Chairman, I want to congratulate you, and I hope that the agencies within your ministry are going to help you to succeed. Congratulations, sis.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Who am I to reject this beautiful offer? Considering especially the fact that to practice what she's preaching, she's one of the few people who has taken the trouble to come to my constituency to see the beach that I've been terrorizing her with. So it's a brilliant idea, and I hope that Mr. Speaker and the leadership seated at this table will ensure that we are able to do that. And I'm happy that, I'm more than happy to work with Parliament to make that happen. So thank you.
Thank you very much. It's not a turn of minority leader.
Honorable Abdulaziz Gomashi, thank you for making time for this vetting process. You have indicated on your CV, page 1, that you live at 28 Gemfield, Lakeside Estate.
So the oath of allegiance. I do in the name of the Almighty God swear. Do in the name of the Almighty God swear. That I will bear true faith and allegiance. That I will bear true faith and allegiance. To the Republic of Ghana as by law established. To the Republic of Ghana as by law established. That I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana. That I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana. And that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. We now move to the oath of a Minister of State, and it follows the same pattern. I, having been appointed Minister of State of the Republic of Ghana, do in the name of the Almighty God swear. That I would at all times well and truly serve the Republic of Ghana in the office of Minister of State. And that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana as by law established, and that I will, to the best of my judgment, at all times, when required, freely give my counsel and advice for the good management of the public affairs of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will not directly or indirectly reveal any matters that shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my duties and committed to my secrecy as Minister of State. So help me God. Now you take the oath of secrecy, and it follows the same pattern, but this time you mention the office that you have been assigned to. So I, holding the office of, do in the name of the Almighty God swear, that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my official duties, except as may be required for the discharge of my official duties or as may be specially permitted by law. So help me God. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. You may kindly resume your seats. Well, at this stage, we come to the presentation of instruments of appointment to the ministers who have just been sworn in. And His Excellency will do the presentations. So it's in the same order that I mentioned earlier. Honorable Dr. Kasiel Atuba-Forson, the Minister of Finance, will take his first. Honorable John Abdullahi Jinapo will take his turn. Honorable Dominic Akuretenga Ayini, Attorney General and Minister for Justice. Honorable Kwame Gobin-Sagoja, Minister for Roads and Highways. Honorable Eric Opoku, Minister for Food and Agriculture. Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Minister for Education. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now the ministers would sign the oath book, and it will be done in the same order that they received the instrument of office. So the first on the list is Honorable Dr. Kasiel Atuba-Forson, Minister for Finance. Thank you very much, Honorable Atuforson. Now, Honorable John Abdullahi Jinapo will take his turn. Thank you very much. Honorable Dominic Akuretenga Ayini, Attorney General and Minister for Justice. much, Mr. Attorney General. Honorable Kwame Govin Saboja, Minister for Roads and Highways. Eric Opoku, Minister for Food and Agriculture. But not least, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Minister for Education. Thank you very much, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, to sign the oath book. Thank you very much. His Excellency will be making some remarks, but before I invite him to do so, let me acknowledge the presence of the Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asidun Ketia, and the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Fifi Fiavi Kwete. Welcome. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Jane Nana Pokwajimai, distinguished Ministers of State, distinguished staff of the Presidency, national executives of our party, family and friends of the newly sworn-in ministers. Exactly 2 weeks ago, I took the same solemn oath before the people of Ghana that was taken by others before me to assume the leadership of this country as president. During the campaign before the elections, I made a pact with the people of Ghana to nominate ministers to my government within 14 days of being sworn in. And I had every intention of keeping that promise. 14 days after I took the oath of office, which was yesterday, that promise stood fulfilled. I presented to the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament names of 23 sector ministers, 3 ministers of state, and 16 regional ministers for the approval of Parliament. So far, I've named 42 ministers of state and regional ministers to begin the urgent task of resetting our dear country Ghana, which has suffered in recent years from severe crisis in many sectors. As the ministers are approved by Parliament and as they are sworn in, I'll proceed to name deputy ministers for some of the ministries, which will bring the total ministers to 60, as I promised the people of Ghana. This will make this government Ghana's leanest and I believe most efficient government ever in history. I've just sworn you in the first 6 ministers who are responsible for perhaps the most critical sectors of our national life, especially economy and the energy sector. In economy, the people of Ghana are looking up to you, Dr. Forson, to reduce inflation and make life more affordable, reduce the cost of living. They're looking up to you to bring our debt level to bring our national debt to sustainable levels. They're looking to you to stabilize our currency, and they're looking to you to rein in the deficit so that we can achieve macroeconomic stability. To you, the Honorable Minister of Energy, Mr. John Ablai Jinapong, Ghanaians are looking for stable and efficient power supply. They are looking to you to accelerate our upstream and downstream petroleum sectors in order that Ghanaians can reap the benefit of the potential that God has given us. They are also looking to you to manage the energy sector debt and be able to remove it as an albatross around the neck of our economy. To you, Mr. Eric Opoku Agric, Ghanaians are looking for food security, and they're looking for cheap and affordable food to fill their stomachs. To you, Mr. Govans Abuja, you probably have one of the most difficult jobs. Everybody in Ghana is complaining about bad roads. You have the duty not only to maintain existing roads, but to provide new roads for smooth transportation. And probably one of the most difficult and complex sectors, and that is education. The Honorable Haruna Idrisu is supposed to work for the people of Ghana to ensure quality education and to ensure that we equip our young people with the skills that they need to go into the world of work. And one of your first responsibilities will be to superintend the National Review Conference on Education, to bring stakeholders together to dialogue on how to improve our educational outcomes. Our Attorney General will be required to reform our justice system to make it fair and transparent to all Ghanaians. You'll also be responsible for holding people accountable and making sure that the sword of justice goes after people who have misappropriated the resources of Ghanaians. One of the major tasks you would have to undertake is to shepherd the National Constitutional Validation Conference in order that we can begin amendment of our constitution to make it a living document for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, long before the elections, we were aware of the parlous state of our economy, and we made specific pledges to address same. The energy sector is also riddled with many hydra-headed problems, threatening its very survival. Already we've been at work since my first day in office to tackle these problems. Indeed, you elected us to confront and resolve such challenges. As you may all be aware, the previous government did not work to ensure the smooth running of the energy sector by neglecting to arrange enough fuel to power our thermal plants. This was important because of the known scheduled maintenance work that was to take place on the West African gas pipeline, which is responsible for bringing in significant gas for the thermal plants that we have in our eastern enclave. Through determined efforts, I can report that we have now averted the looming threat of power outages. And began delivering fuel to the thermal plants in the east in advance of the shutdown of the West African gas pipeline. And Honorable Jinapo, I want to congratulate you for working very hard. Similar timely interventions have been necessary in areas such as education, where an acute food shortage was a major problem when schools were ordered to reopen on 3rd January. We have put in short-term measures to ensure that our children have adequate food so that they can go ahead with their learning. These are short-term measures and will help to keep our children in school even as we strategize on streamlining the supply of food to schools and pay off arrears that are owed to schools, some dating from as far back as 2021. Over the weekend, I announced that a committee of eminent legal and governance experts would lead the process for a comprehensive review of the 1992 Constitution, taking into account the work that was done by previous committees. This will ensure that we refine our Constitution to meet the current exigencies and stand the test of time to meet present and future needs. I believe that this effort will be supported by the majority of Ghanaians who yearn for a Constitution that is responsive to our modern world. While we were all aware of the country's parlous economic state before the elections, it is important in the spirit of openness and transparency to inform the people of Ghana about the true state of affairs as we inherited it. Therefore, I encourage the ministers, as you assume office, to tell the nation about the state of affairs in your sectors, even while you work tirelessly to lift us out of the current situation. On the part of the Attorney General, as I said, you will be expected to spearhead the much-needed reforms in our judicial system to make it more accessible and beneficial to all, irrespective of their backgrounds. The people of Ghana are desirous of a system that guarantees equal justice for all and nothing more or nothing less. It is quite clear that so much needs to be done in so short a time. And I assure the people of Ghana that this government will rise to the challenge and will reset our country. As I pointed out during my inaugural speech, Ghanaians have, through their votes, declared their intention to demand the highest standards of governance, and we cannot afford to fail them. This naturally puts a burden of responsibility on us, which we must prove equal to. Ghanaians have shown that the days of tolerance for disrespectful gaslighting by government officials are well and truly over. They will take firm action as they deem fit to punish any administration that takes them for granted. I therefore charge you to serve in humility and candor, always remembering that we serve at the pleasure of the Ghanaian people, and that the authority we exercise emanates from them. We must exhibit tolerance for their views and work to meet their aspirations. This government will not tolerate arrogance or disrespect for the people who elected us into office. Modesty and prudence must be the guiding principle upon which you, myself, and our Vice President fashion our governance. People of Ghana will hold us accountable for the trust that they have placed in our hands. It cannot be business as usual. We must be transparent and fair in all our dealings. The anti-corruption institutions will be empowered to investigate and deal with any appointee who falls foul of the law. I expect all of you to begin the process of declaring your assets. The Chief of Staff will announce the cutoff date by which time all eligible appointees should have deposited their assets declaration forms with the Auditor General. I wish all of you good luck in your duties and a pleasure to work with you, myself and Nana Jane, in the interest of working for them. I thank you and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that rousing speech. That leads us to the next phase of the program, under which a representative of the ministers who have been sworn in would to the remarks made by His Excellency. If I were to exercise discretion that I do not have, I would nominate the Finance Minister to do so.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Chief of Staff, and senior officials at the Presidency, colleagues. Let me, on behalf of my colleagues, thank His Excellency the President for the honor done us in nominating us to represent you as Ministers of State. Mr. President, we have been with you throughout your days in opposition. We have witnessed the misgovernance and misrule of the previous administration. We've learned, indeed, that Ghanaians will not tolerate such misgovernance any longer. We've taken a cue from what you've just told us. We want to assure you that we will serve and serve in such a way to make you the best president in the Fourth Republic. Mr. President, we are also aware of the state of the Ghanaian economy, the state of our energy sector, the state of our justice system, the agriculture sector, and indeed the education sector. We want to assure you that whilst we start work today, we will begin the process to reset the country together with you and your team. We thank you so much for the honor done us and will not let you down. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, the Finance Minister. We are almost at the tail end of this program. At this stage, there will be photo sessions with the President, ministers, invited guests, and other functionaries. There are three categories of pictures that will be taken. The first one would involve the President and the ministers who have been sworn in. The cameramen should move into position even as the President and the ministers pose for them. So please now, just organize that. Yes, a good picture. Yes. So they will take it together as a group. That is the program I have. And then, oh, it's okay. It's okay. I think the chairs are okay. It's okay. There's no problem. Chairs. Okay. Okay. No, we'll come to the family. No. Yes. They should have the instruments. Yes. No. In the individual pages. In the individual pages. Like us, yes, you take exactly individually. Please remember to take your instruments of office. Fine. Yes, no, it is. Yes.
On 97.9 FM, Diamidi so ye Nicholas Yao, Owusu Yosen, Anti Sana Etie, ye Pim Ekwe Nimwa Mohe TV XYZ no, ma Ekon no, Anti Yeguswa Yekwe Nim Sana. Me cow say. Medimosis Clinic and Herbal, center so boy chidon be papa. Medimosis the gale capsules a bedroom to improve blood circulation. Assassin na me pacho bebre. My cholesterol no so a check it at the mouth ye papa take cholesterol so ma bibia to me echo and kindty. Medimosis syndrome no it will boost immune system no ma bibia to me conkai ma bibia she papa and to pebito wo a pharmacy licensed chemical and ne herbal shops atwapete Ghana feni no course open Medimosis garlic capsules and no na make come for more Medimosis nankasa so clinical wokwa say a prostate disorders ne how sexual weakness bema na oba awo ayo problem sa so no diabetes hypertension typhoid fever and stroke STIs ne how make come for Medimosis edi amo we do any chemo ho ometumi ahwe etuase amo dental problems na so Medimosis etumi yene sa kama ma bibia etumi ekonkanti Medimosis na make come for edi amo for any chemo Medimosis will identify opposite the filling station opposite the police station mo fenche opposite the police station will be hu Medimosis wo AES building inside Ghana Highways Authority yard wo mo ho Ajay Kojo School for the Deaf so be hu Kumasi ahema kokobin Santase Obuasi kwine so Medimosis wo from was 0244 068 447 0244 068 07 only Medimosis for ND and Common. Mayansha Health Alert Clinic so boy chidom medijumedi Health Alert Clinic so we do any tremo wa omu you see herbal ni organic products na omu de sayare and to we come for Health Alert ediamo so we the best ulcer treatment center or award omu in 2022 dia dini Health Alert omu second to none and to we come for Health Alert ediamo Health Alert se men control say oba menstruation is easy and now say chronic diseases mature diabetes hypertension and stroke obi ho se mensana me na ayetititi say typhoid bad cholesterol ne me ka ho ina no for any tremo Health Alert no metumi aboye papa for any tremo ho na ko experience o musona machine o de fifi wo ni panum euro ni padue no niema thousands embo ni padue ne be yini na afi ho amom sa so na massage and physio machines wo de treatment obo laboratory treatment ne me ka ho ina wo Health Alert yo me tra kwan wo Madina Kaso Poku ase ashama in Takrade Chapel Hill will be who or more hopa papa frefra from me was 0242 5188 93 and 0242 5188 65 nana afuache mystical nana de frel wo call grushi hina or goss and important nana afuache wo hwe me chichi or papa ewie mamenka Franco Trading Enterprise mo yeka Franco Trading Enterprise kai say your phones apapa fie Franco Trading Enterprise your phones apapa fie and say open Nokia and I say Ope Samsung, ope iPhones, ope smartphones ni na for any chemo Franco Trading Enterprise. Koje with smart TVs ranging from 32 kosi 100 inches. Wuhuni panel or big your big ya kesiasa. Franco Trading Enterprise Bemobi. Franco air conditioners ranging from 1.45 horsepower kosi 2.5 horsepower. Umpe we no pe ope chest freezers and asset refrigerators, washing machine, microwaves, blenders, CCT cameras, functions ni na boha. Wuhuni panel pepe. Would we need more? A Franco Trading Enterprise. Dini na bemoma. Bibia etumi akon. As a Franco Trading Enterprise, men control say, or more up to 40% discount. Pay we now pay the Okomo digital platforms and so koto ma opeso to anina discount el homo. We know munding come was 0246 422 338 and a 0555 939311. No only Franco Trading Enterprise in Linkomo Kai say over 40 branches will Ghana have into showroom ya Franco Trading Enterprise where Ben for niche more. Na koje niema maboni dina headquarters na nkasa wakra adabraka opposite the Roxy Cinema ho no be Franco Trading Enterprise. It's a Franco Trading Enterprise. Also still on your phones papa fie. Yes embre ne de ye be call Power Specialist Herbal Clinic. Na ye ne a doctor on Heneba. Me am a doctor on Heneba. Yes, forever young. I hon fed ye a dry doctor ye papa. Na bia ya real friend hepatitis would ye chin hepatitis B ya would ye chin into as me me catch say for any chimo a year Power Specialist Herbal a year clinic no be to me abo a GKG in the doctor the aba o shikesi we dia magic on femco if you say GKG na your body ding we be fear ha my son say me to akoton so ni na work si omo ha ya obi apese otumi tutu otumi kosu nsawom okoni ye pa nti GKG no e wa ha doctor ma me fenche nkofo make recommend yama a year mema no afuache eye grushi hina wo go so ne important nana numbi na mse oye modoso na wetumi abo adwuma ye friend jiri herbal mixture pebi pa saso na wo eye eduya herbal ana malamix ono for malaria fever a 3D e betuasiamo jikeji inde mafa Dr. Kaseria majame medeko ma medebe no adwuma de onim no ho Dr. Akwaba na bibia aboko de yeda nyame asebebre papa and a day na Power Specialist Herbal Hospital and yes say me ankasa masahwe na minim dwumadi amudi mundru meye mayen oba ebia wontumi ndi de bema wontumi ndi de mo tonic ni wanfa bia amba wotumi di ye ehyew aha ama bibia tumi konkan ewie dey na Power Specialist Herbal Hospital mo maye
me da se abusia yemo akwa power tambre na aso Power Specialist Herbal Hospital yadin chefri ashe Dr. Penya oda hospital na doctor akosia adu aya hode mo bibia brebia ojebre na ohwe power time wutie power time da bia yense ma yaka no ayeba kopa yesi adanse papa enkrofo di fire ho TV so radio so internet ne me ahodo no won so be ka adanse rifo no bi Power Specialist Herbal Hospital dodo no afen last stop yo Kumasi won crime Anna yewo takra di Kumasi wo fe yase ye ni Jasbo Flint Station di enhwanimu wo aputoja contrast kwan ne so Lake Road ana yewo akra wo kwabenya ACP kwansa ne block factory no edi enhwanimu na fe takra de wo Anaje Estate Customs Road ye ne single washing bay no edi enhwanimu numbers edi adwuma na yemi ensamesro wo de afamu bia wo fra branch na ebe wono ne ama direction abawo na wa ba beje wa yaresa numbers ne 0555 7978 0200 3831 and 0244 544422 Monday to Saturdays any day a year ba ye nyabre ehwehwe ni padua no mu ye mfiti prakopa ma obi adru sentini se ye me ade ne kwa ensan emabiem sentini se semtin bi wo abeka no anaso be huna niam betimi de aba no edoso so ka se wuti oya malaria betimo otia oya typhoid betimo otia oya hepatitis bi na se C so moja so tia oditimi oya wo kwa ni BP e wo soro pa ba wonim betimo oti apaiwo sabi constipation ya yemtim betimi ma oti ayawo ya nti so ka symptom bi a ye be make sure say wo symptom na wo ka no ayede na de aba ne course no ayede ti ba bia obi a wo hwe power time wotie power time yade bia tena so acha yade bia da nante abre yade bia wo chenchene a wonya no oduro na ye so yade we de no na du ko wo mo no ba bi ba ko pesa so do ani kire na ba ye last stop de ma aye power specialist herbal hospital Kumasi and Crime anase eye takrade ye numbers no aye miensa wo de fremu bia wo fra branch na be on ma direction ba ho na baba abeje wa yaresa numbers no 0555 797878 0200 383831 and 0244 54 amount chesa obrabo no ayesra de the boss oyefunu nyina na ahono obo kra ba yeska no we hwe no osan o ascites chesa ansa na hospital bi nesa so wo fat liver baby esa do ani kire ba ko pe power specialist herbal hospital ya na onfeno onfe aya wo ya wo chika se mututu aba wo chest nyina ya wo ya de kakra bi na wabre hit oni padua no wabre bia tutume cabra power specialist herbal hospital hepatitis B ya de ba ko ewiase nyina hospital ba hepatitis B ya de ba ko ewiase nyina hospital ba ko pe wadra yetimi sa ya de we etu ase tie ni ye ya manage ya mbrabe no ase ya sasa hepatitis B ya de no etu ase power specialist herbal hospital ya wadansidie ya ji award wo Ghana ha ni amono ni UK ni US ya ko Dubai ya ko ji award Ghana ha de herbal hospital wakoye lab what test positive say ya ukunu say ya wo yere say ya oba say ya unua say ya odihie bi emfa no ko tena ba bi emaye nkokuno emfa no ko tena ba bi ema ne yafunu enkodoa emfa no ko tena ba bi enkotu sika engu keke ebe wiase no ontumi nhwew baka cho say ene efa kwa ha bedu sabrente say niema eya kachi so what test hepatitis B positive for nature power specialist herbal hospital Kumasi and Crime anase ayeta krade ebrebia firi se hit bi oni padua ni mu ya na honam hyehyew honam kekaw wutimi titi ho sa na honam nyina twitwa wudidi ketua bi na yafuna hye sesi amno kasa yafuna na hono ojonso a Johnson ne te se Lipton anase Coke ebon kaye ewo liver no ho bra power specialist about hospital amasa mire wano nyina aye yellow wuni padua ni nyina wa ya hoya wani aye very yellow echese fat liver no ede wo kono no bra power specialist about hospital Kumasi and Crime anase ayeta krade numbers ni 0555 797878 0200 383831 and 0244 544422 we ya bema o Jones asam enkoye tieniye entratena ho wani betia no na ye de rubber ye de catheter at obema no mo we ya bema o Johnson ketenkete wo kwa Johnson ketua bi na aba kakra bi na Johnson de wo Johnson o tenkasa Johnson bi akam wo Johnson moja edi akire wo Johnson obema no ma ya wo ya ehyehew dendenden ya na ma wa ya senyina ayire seten ayo ya de kopio sisi achi edi sisi ya de kase na de abro tieniye bema ebetima your prostate ebetima your bladder that is cystitis ebetima through kidney ebetima through ureter na say urethra na say your untreated infections so your bema na utie me wo hweme na say wo Johnson mo how bia to tumirikafo ani kire power specialist herbal hospital sana oba bia nso wo Johnson wa se hyehyew wo Johnson wa se hyehyew wo chima sana Johnson aba wo Johnson bo se moja ewo mu ya na wa se aya wo ya hyehyew bo modern bra power specialist herbal hospital wo ba panyimu a wanya menopause wo menopause na so bra bia tan se moja ehuhu moja te se oba ababa wo a wanya ne menses no yade kase a ense se otena ho so ya oba panyimu so ya oba na hu sa niam wo mu bia tutumirika bra power specialist herbal hospital ya na obo no nyina ya de kopie wachi utanya heartburns ya na osare nyina titiriti wudidi na aduane ejirejin abo indigestion ya na se emframa bi ejina oyam aduane to oyam oyam ye oya ekomede wa oyam ye oya wudidi mia oyam ye oya obo so kra no acha kra 1 hour bia na obedidi wetin didi be say 12 times a day and san wada osa ho asam na meka no sa asam to so nim nyina no ulcer betimi dia bro so akwaya lab ye se wo ulcer anasa ohu sa asem to so no nyina bia tutumri kabra power specialist hospital obo na oyam anya wo ya na obo afron ulcer betimi ma wafon aye tantantan bra power yade bi te say typhoid encrofo to typhoid to say malaria. Why? Because the signs and symptoms nyina no aye adekro obi akọ hospital ya na ne tie ne ya ne ho ayehye nanum aye ne nwuno ya na ne ho nyina aye ne mre enam sa asem to enti no doctor aye no malaria test malaria no aye negative but because of symptoms doctor ne say oh man malaria treatment meanwhile no malaria no aye negative e bia na wo typhoid oba power e be boa so what typhoid and pie be mo aduro betu ase say malaria so na kwa na aba nyankopɔ adom aduro betimi di amount me sorry na me kanfo di amount say aduro ye fa no girikagiri ni din ne honam say eye memaduro be ma bia wa ye mre won pamo no woduro wo hia eye girikagiri na so onya ye duro eye herbati ni bi immune system booster ni bi e de ka ho de a ne je say ba bia wu e di amount sanso na malamis malaria what test positive for wonya bia betu yade ni nyina ase ba bia to ha baduro bia no kwa benya bi yade bia teto ayantimi anka ho asam no wo de fabra power specialist herbal hospital say ye dien say ye ulcer say ye dien say ye sciatica na ha say ye okotodwe na ye o ye be kyekere e di ama asam massage na wo hia ni nyina ne be bo aye bi ama power specialist about what you kuma sen kran ya water krade kuma se wo feyase ye ni Jasper Flint station di enhwe ni mu wo aputo ja contract se kwan ne so Lake Road na ye wo akra wo kwabenya ACP kwan se ne bro factory no edi enhwe ni mu takrade wo Anaje Estate Customs Road and single washing bay no edi enhwe ni mu freyen 0555 79 7878 0200 38 3831 and 0244 544422. Yadwa se sebrebi awjebre na ohwe power time. Nyame yadoma da sane sabre yanso yade apomde hon samono ebebro.
Mamenda Dr. Oheneba Asibebre wo eyen commodity power specialist herbal hospital or the Brehen. Yes, Sembre ni yebesa ko Jubilee House. Abra make say Dr. Kisli Atuforsen, Minister for Finance, Dr. Dominic Ayeni, Attorney General, so Minister, and Sana John Jinapo, Minister for Energy and Green Transition, Harune Drusu, Minister for Education, Eric Opoko, Minister for Food and Agriculture, and Governs Kwame Abuja, Minister for Roads and Highways. And see, Yaswell Muin, but then come back home, Nubi Ecoso Ho.
About ministers in CIA, never power home to my say what did you media show on Sassa won't be human. I guess 7 Casino. Ojawo se wonko na wonko ye wonjuma na ade ba ko a edi akotene ewo won se mukan ene His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ache won se breba oko wanimu yi no won bom den se obema Ghana ko nyina ehu se bia wo mu ewo won various ministries ntepa Dominic Ayene Ministry for Justice and Attorney General na say Omagana for who the key issues there. Haruna Idris, Minister for Education, I saw Omagana for ETIAS, Sansana Dr. Kasela to forcing Kwame Abuja governs and so Sana Eric Opoku and so and also Mude Sa Kokoboy Ashen say Onko na Omagana for na Ehu Tebia woman or various ministries. Name me here panic problems are or what various ministries will be to me na was on Sam Luka say no. They are Dominic Ayene ono ene the minister for minister for justice and attorney general. Yonko Ninkutie Nensema Oka.
Also affect costs, in so many ways. So for instance, when people talk about the use of fundamental human rights, aside the case of this what our proposal was not by ban ordinary cost. Yet his rights are possible, as we speak, we say that intervention, and not too sure, when it's maintained. All right, so I do not think that we should emphasize too much, on the abuses associated with the public tribunals and the evidence, because they are going to operate in accordance with the human rights chapter of the Constitution and in accordance with Act 30, that is the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act. All right. So, Justin, this is pending report. Your pizza was in some cases. I would respect you to what's the name? Council those cases or continue, or which cases? Well, with respect to the trials that are ongoing involving former appointees, some of them for what financial loss cases and so on, and some for very serious offences or people were charged like basic. I will study the documents, and then come to an informed opinion as to whether or not I want to continue the investigations. So what was the breach when we get there? I'm not going to make any rash decision just because they are members of my party. But one of those high profile cases, one of these social activities. Yes. Well, with respect to the charges against Oliver, I will definitely also study the docket. The statement that we made is one that was made in the media. The docket has been there, and I will study the docket, and based upon my own opinion, and we, drop the charges. Okay. All right. I'm not going to, stand here and assure you that I'm definitely going to drop the charges. Not having read the docket, and come to an opinion as to whether or not the charges were properly laid and should be dropped.
Okay. My very last one will be on the comments that A+ made with regards to Ahmed Hussein Swale. I don't know whether you are aware of that. And would you be inviting?
I'm not aware of any comments that A+ made.
He said he gave some evidence to the CIA.
Yeah, but I wanted to let you know that in our manifesto, we promised we will open investigations into the murder and disappearance of Ahmed Swale. It is stated there in black and white, and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on the campaign trail, said it several times, and you can see from the marching orders that he gave all of us today, and specific to myself, that accountability is one of the underpinning, values, and principles that will govern the actions of this government. So I thank you all for.
Can you say something about oral and what becomes of it?
No, I wouldn't. I said a lot about oral at my, vetting,
because they said after you was winning.
No, don't. I will. Okay. So basically, the oral committee and I will be meeting somewhere early next week, most likely on Monday, and I will be briefed by them in respect of. I'll be briefed by them in respect of what they have gathered so far, and of course, I will take over the information that they have. Listen carefully. I'm saying information that they have gathered. Information is different from evidence that can be used in a court of law. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Minister for Justice and Attorney General Dominic Ayene Ono Ena Yatelenka. Yeah, or they know the same. To the HM says, okay, say the new minister issues and I say in Sema. Yeah, and then Minoka saying Obepona, Wapapudi Hutuman, any the issues, a far oral operation, recover all Ochim, the idea that one with media and Sama Aka, yes, so Jihu Efa, oral thing, Obepona, Wapapudi Humo. Now, you woman says, see, I need it. I want to make us say of evidence, the name information as there is then probably you know when you and who or better now we any send your about there a year at Timbuaya buying that no esha say and with your baby to say and some straight saying and on Attorney General and Minister for Justice said she say oh to me in and Tony and Casino issues with say Oliver former or name seminal betray me completely and I say Obepa can look at the study docket. Who assembly Jinaye, and then a book I happen. Now, I'm so Emma said decisions will make Idiano, but to me, I make it while Brian into way and the initial comment I had the Minister for Justice and Attorney General Wakan Wabra and Waman say they said the constitutional review for and in Yamaha yeah within the justice system now about modern say we are able to Ghana about a member any mamin can be any near friend who say accountable justice delivery any near Kahunana but to me as one my Ghana it's me and to my a friend same no can say the 6 ministries no the idea are buying His Excellency John Dramani Mahama idea show the Minister for Finance Dr. Keselato forcing the individual media action sounds to the Minister for Attorney General and Justice Dominic Ayene, Kwame Akoja Gavins, Minister for Roads and Highways, Haruna Idris, Minister for Education, Eric Opoku, Minister for Food and Agriculture, and John Abdullahi Jinapo, Minister for the Energy. And on His Excellency John Dramani Mahama said, "Na Ghana FFA say kadunso ebeba bi onemuno by their work na na social media with you after this so any in the Jubilee House and we am no casino. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ministry insane there for the Jumedi assurance and not chance free and no one for non declare one asset and sana what many names the Jubilee House.
Wisdom had a jome and I yet sending canon from Jubilee House. Mampena Tsna ya no one can say and so far 6 ministers ya swear one more in and I would say na what they home komobono the ebrayenti honorable Dr. Keselato Forsen ejuma ko enya ne siamra shebedwani se on ebe Ghana sika semento to yeso a yanyan eswai no ama wako akwako trem se finance minister honorable Haruna Idrisu ehwe yadesua ho ensem so e Ghana ha in the same way so no wo hwa minister for food and agriculture and so owura Eric Opoku Member of Parliament at the Sunafo South Ewahafo Mantemo Yera Dominica Ine and so Kwako a buying lawyer penny Minister for Justice NFA Attorney General on also Nedia Enonom Wano Kasasi CAE I would say na woye interview eho Sansori John Janapo MP for Yape Kuso wano so eba behwe yenyira monkane ne afi ya ho de ne ho nsem so Minister for Energy and then MC Green then
Green Transition
they say social government no ewo a certain focus ewo green transition because here kono yesi climate change fossil fuel ne ho nsem se de esi kono se si an mampanyin edi green transition akwakoka energy win there na say wo pese wo focus on ho na kwan papa ya befa so edenya enyirama hoden ne seka green transition there na say cars aye charge na fe ya bepa kwan so aye nko use fuel na to say solar ya di generate power nti na say okobui bui power authority say one more aye solar plants ni bia eno so generate enyirama hoden Ghana ewo dai so say going forward no sene ebeya enyirama hoden begina ne na so number 1 na ne bo so atumi akofom kakra ama Ghana for na fe yenya bi edi abo yemfidi nyuma ho ban no Mampanyi John Dramani Mahama o kan NDC manifesto no ma ewom say won be focus so much more ewo green energy ho ene kwan a yebefa so ama eno nso ababa beka ye fango a ye enna ye de generate enyinama hoden ne ho pemprade o Ghana ha say ntino I think say mampanyi atumi the green transition akoka energy ho then it means that you are John Dramani Mahama is on that road sene be ya okọ amanone a bosia ye jeje ne ade ya na mpempi no ya na ebi wo ho a ya na ye hwe se green transition no eno nso ebetumi akoso ye I think say going forward no eno nso ebetumi aboa so ye baba na baba ka ho asem ene mampanyin position a wo take ye wa bra wo de tumi ama na so afo no asem ba ko a wo kan ye wo say we cannot be arrogant and disrespectful to the very people that voted us to power. Today a warning can say I'm penny de man aswa for ni say enye kasantwitwe emaye medigana for atem emma disrespect Ghana for na okosom mo etumo som enye samo ba be lorde over Ghana for it is answer dear who here na ye parliament de na say jifa gomashi ade wote ho ono so ye toto na no na akwa kwahwe ne ono so ebetumi one key thing na ono so aka ho ne say wontumi nhyebo a abra wontumi endi so etima yenko parliament appointment committee no na yenko hwe na yekoso ho ye ba ye besan aba be kasa biom enso de afa eno so ho.
Honorable Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, you would agree with me that when a new government comes into office, there is general anxiety and expectation for political appointments. Generally, you would agree with me?
Yes, to be fair.
You would also agree with me that not all persons will want to manage their disappointment in a peaceful manner. You would agree with me?
Well, human behavior, is dependent on each individual. I'm not sure that you yourself would disagree with me. That seems to be the case.
You would also agree with me that for those who are unable to manage their disappointment in a peaceful manner and resort to violence, such violence creates a negative impact on the tourism potential of the country.
Well, Mr. Chair, to be fair, people across all disciplines manage their failures differently. Some people are just losers, and some people manage whatever failures they find better. I would just say that it shouldn't so much be related only to my work, but as a country, we need to be more tolerant of one another. And we need to learn how to do unto others what we want others to do unto us. I think that when we have fellow feeling, that it doesn't matter that I was nominated and you were not nominated, because it's only a matter of time. Thank you.
So in view of that, and as tourism minister, what would be your advice to the youths who may not want to register their protests in a peaceful manner as a result of such disappointment?
Chair, I'll urge all our youth, regardless of whether it's political or not, that we are in a civilized society. Institutions are available for you to seek redress if you are displeased about a decision that's been made or an action or inaction that has been taken or not taken. That you find the appropriate channel to express your concerns is the way to go. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, on that note, let me congratulate my respected colleague. You know, Mr. Chair, in the political space we operate in, we have moderates and we have extremists. And I want to say this to the nation, that our job as political actors is to move to the center. Whether you of the right-wing ideology or of the left-wing ideology, moving to the center is what matters. Some extremists are of the view that when we get onto this table, we should be at war with you guys, and that we shouldn't even be nice. To those, I say no, that's not the politics of the country. Therefore, knowing who you are, I want to assure you of our support as a minority in the chamber. We'll be very constructive in following your affairs in the ministry. We, however, entertain no doubt that in view of your background, in all you've done for yourself, all that you've achieved in life, which we know, you will not fail the people of Ghana. But be minded
that you are joining the government. It's not your personal enterprise. So you have a lot of work to do. I wish you all the best, my mom. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, my leader humbly has breached the brevity principle that he established from the beginning. But nevertheless, let me proceed to recognize the guests behind the nominee. We have Togbi Amenyafiti, the fifth paramount chief of Aflawood traditional area. We have Togbi Nyatako Saba of Piko traditional area. Togbi Adama Makoso, also in the traditional area. Brigadier General Lord Ativo, Professor Ernest Dumont, Miss Maukwenya Yawo Gomashi, Miss Gloria Ofori, Mrs. Grace Aku Adovon, Mr. Dola Gomashi, Nanahima Ajwa Awindo. You are most welcome. I will proceed to thank the nominees sincerely for appearing before the committee, very composed in answering questions. You will hear from the committee. You are hereby discharged.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I want to thank the industry for coming in their numbers to support me. And of course, my constituency executives and my traditional leaders as well, and my family. Thank you very much for having me. And my colleagues, yes.
Okay, so Abushia for 80 year free parliament and appointment committee yes kua war Ghana mrashe bebefia ye di tumi ama mo say ye soafo a wo tumi ekototo soafo na no ho na ye free abeya sesie no appointment committee no ade say ye maame Abla Jifa Gomashi, member of parliament for Ketu South wono na ban apa no say wonya wode ne ebeye djuma ewo eya soya eno enehwe anigide ena afa akwansra ho nsem so wo Ghana ha Ministry of Tourism, Creative Arts and Culture eti eye asoya miensa tourism akwansra ho niema se yebeye na Ghana ye fena tukotena fo atumi abakroma aba behwe yakwansra bia hodo a ewo kroma efe. Over the years Ghana ewo history of neglecting some of Ghana ha yakwansra bia hodo bibrina Ghana ha talk of Kakum National Park. People were complaining all the time say womo ko ho eko isu canopy na kwan a yede eko Kakum National Park enye se woko Kentampo Kentampo waterfalls first na enye nan say de wono mo revamp o kakra amanfo itumi ko ho yesi e wo wuli waterfalls mountain afaja oko afaja to a ewo framantema amanfo say oh na baby akwansra ade we ukwa adakulu mountains. So it's good that we have Volta region what tourism potentials the people that have taught the Volta region will tell you and make crack a crama kono mahu say yes Volta region bia yawa kwansra potentials for her. So mamina will free a hono and nya dear say or a novice and a war baho okaya tama yura John Dramani Mahama ewa baimo between 2013 and then 2017 or 6 January no na mami we deputy minister for tourism, culture and creative arts and they ya no say one na yede main job no e kwa command. So it means that what she did at that time no ewo yura John Dramani Mahama abreso no dia say one who say bibi papa bi woman obi anso beje to say Abla Jifa Gomashi is a tourism person, he's a creative arts person, and that obi a otwasini na afa aba creative arts entertainment for ni adia mami obi a wanyini wom and I wonder steady ewo adwuma no na ene parliament ada romanti wagba so much exposure a kyerɛ sɛ onim kwan a yɛbɛfa so ayɛ legislation ɛde aboa sɛ ne bɛyɛ yakwansra ho nneɛma bebree ɛbɛtumi akɔyi so kɔ eastern region a yɛwɔ akwansra bia bebree a ɛno nso wɔ hɔ a wobɛhu na amanfo akɔ akɔtwa mfonyini de aba abɛto hɔ sɛ yɛfrɛ ne sɛn yɛwɔ akwansra bia bebree wɔ hɔ a yɛyi yɛni ama wo saa deɛ no nyinaa yɛbɛyɛ na afei yɛde aba umbrella baako ase na afei Ghana yɛtumi amakɛte de yie wo kae sɛ nansen a Ghana fo bi atwi kaa saa free Ghana ɛkɔ 30,000 kilometers ɛkɔ mmeamea baako so wɔ free Africa ha kɔfa Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia ɛkɔfa kyɛ sɛ na nya asɛm ketewa kɔfa Europe na wɔn cars no na yɛatwerɛ so visitghana.com okay say maybe say Rwanda for echo is it Liverpool and as a team bay now share one sana yɛatwerɛ visit Rwanda nya kyɛ sɛ no so yɛ one of the things that Rwanda editing wiase adwen see na yɛ Arsenal yes Arsenal now share yɛatwerɛ visit Rwanda aban no echo yɛkɔtɔɔ saa adeɛ no the market Rwanda. So who knows? Maybe Ghana will also do something like that because or say potentials no what we need to sell the name Ghana to the world. Say Ghana so a tourism potential harbor and also Baha and Miami Bibrina ebe to me. Ako ukomi krum say ya say enkanen na duatintin BC sampa na ya say ye dibja ewo ho ya say slaves no na ho na say ye to mo a na ye de omo ba south a na ye ho bia bi wo ho a na ye di oma no na fe ya gisika na abrofo na age na wo mo de oma ba all this say to me etro ni history year ye betumi ama amanfo a wo mo free say wo mo African descent say wo mo a wo bu free eye bibre mo ha bi na wo no mo akwako pia ma no ne a wo mo pesa wo mo ba okay year of return and beyond the return all these were programs yewura yemame ablajifa gomasi yechem say oberide on na fe o matumi ahwe se ne be ya Ghana ye de tourism ene akwansere be pesika de ama aban because they say aban niska nti back to the Jubilee House no sa wokọ tema mampanyin John Dramani Mahama eswai na eye aswafo nsia no first batch of ministers na wo ma swear oath na se sia wo mokwa kwa start adwuma no asamba kwa yewura John Dramani Mahama kan ye ki ene se wo yewura ato force se wo se wo wadwuma Ghana for hwe se wo no wo beboa na ye sidi no anya hoden kakra na afa kwan a ye befa so anya sika wo man mu no so eno so watumi afa ma na koyie yewura eye adakulumra hyebedwani Kwame Agboja Gavins ya yi ne so nkonkɔhwɛ Ghana akwantempɔ ho nsɛm so no wo se wo de wadwuma na eden pa because Ghana how fa bebia obi ase yakwan nye mind you just a month ago yewura John Dramani Mahama had finished your friend say a tour of the country okwa ahemfo ni nyina ne no moka yakwan nye o na wo ye Koko Road and abai we ba we saw numerous reports from ahemfo na wo moka sa asem no eti yewura Agboja wo se wo no wadwuma na heden pa eti enya akwan a ewo ho dada asai na yese bra be ye na mom no akwan foforo no so enhu kota da eno so ye wadwuma oba be Ghana for any eda wo so say akwan no obeye onim say adwuma na eden but say konekoye yewura Haruna Idrisu ohwa education ministry ho a say nan say yese asukuu fo ena nnuane a wo mu die enye papa free SHS aban mo aduane papa just 2 months ago we were making those arguments our radio so na ye kasa na Akufo Addo aban aban education sector no wakwa say no free SHS no wanye ni ye so this is the time yewura Haruna Idrisu you have the nod to right certain wrongs Ghana for enunti wono mutu aba edi etia na Akufo Addo aban no na obeye reforms major reforms our education sector so I think say and also very important a very big call to yewura Haruna Idrisu especially looking at where he hails from the northern region of Ghana wokwa suku bebre na ye under trees suku for suku ntade omunya bi nhye eno achi wo munuane a wo mbedie ni ade at a time of free SHS ewo problem at a time you see free SHS na ma se school no ye ko ena yellow track and gold track ni ekeka ka ho you have that responsibility to stop that mess and then ensure say we bring stakeholders together na mobabe kasadia fa kwan ya befa so aye reforms ewo ye education sector enche bia ye John Dramani Mahama aye campaign no na okache Ghana for say so woba education no woba na woba be stakeholders awofo wom a teacher fo wom CSO wom free SHS education no yemfa nkone sen ebi say aban ento tuition fees emfa man kola no na awofo entuafo aduane eno na ebebo ana o man yesi kasem ne tesen. So I think say education ne de niam bebre ho ye kwa ahomegye mu enche bia aha TV XYZ Power 97.9 afi Radio XYZ we extension of inside politics the free parliament based on key issues I see all my ha and de ho amanebo and so de brown no Facebook no live or Power 979 FM nko so amfa madwenche ne mra ba menua ba da che hema and so we ha say amene no ebebo nkomo na afi ne ekoso no and so yamama hunu ne ekoso koso ne ma afide ne na ha yebasisi a.
Hi. Now let me tell you about Safari Valley Eco Resort, the first of its kind in West Africa. Upon your
Okay, yakwaya yasan aba. Dwumedie na egu so etu aso no menu appreciate okra wa ha sa so na dachi mo bas no so no ahofe meyin mbompu na mpuda but nde yeshia BSM say so far you didn't come bebre na nkasa na be besan akọ Jubilee House. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama nkomo ni DNA Ministers of State say sia no omo ahwo mo dwumedie as make say de dwumedie na ahya sia no because emrendi hom mo obia nti de eteno no pakwesi White House sunyani oso hwe papa onabo asafo aje sunyani ono so ohwe nti akese
cha abonofo a wono mo hwe yen sesia no adwuma na ba yewura John Mahama de adwuma na wode amayen say yenye free say Ghana over the past months no we were all troubled about Ghana. Sawonam kra o da sorry a obi ase se me dana me sorry kra na se me kai se me wo Ghana kra na me ra ho.
Yes, we dey mean twa wa no ye be sign akọ Jubilee House bi His Excellency John Dramani Mahama na nsamo de tu dwane be hia se ye be sign tie bi ye sisu bi.
Oh yeah, of course. Hia eti yambo na yenyina no so na ye fa nkire mu ne opesa wo any how a osi epese na mamu no e konti e wo ho a ma yentie
o ma yensan koi.
My government within 14 days of being sworn in, and I had every intention of keeping that promise. 14 days after I took the oath of office, which was yesterday, that promise stood fulfilled. I had presented to the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament names of 23 sector ministers, 3 ministers of state, and 16 regional ministers for the approval of Parliament. So far, I've named 42 ministers of state and regional ministers to begin the urgent task of resetting our dear country Ghana, which has suffered in recent years from severe crisis in many sectors. As the ministers are approved by Parliament and as they are sworn in, I'll proceed to name deputy ministers for some of the ministries, which will bring the total ministers to 60, as I promised the people of Ghana. This will make this government Ghana's leanest and I believe most efficient government ever in history. I've just sworn you in the first 6 ministers who are responsible for perhaps the most critical sectors of our national life, especially economy and the energy sector. In economy, the people of Ghana are looking up to you, Dr. Forson, to reduce inflation and make life more affordable, reduce the cost of living. They're looking up to you to bring our debt level to sustainable, to bring our national debt to sustainable levels. They're looking to you to stabilize our currency, and they're looking to you to rein in the deficit so that we can achieve macroeconomic stability. To you, the Honorable Minister of Energy, Mr. John Ablai Jinapon, Ghanaians are looking for stable and efficient power supply. They are looking to you to accelerate our upstream and downstream petroleum sectors in order that Ghanaians can reap the benefit of the potential that God has given us. They're also looking to you to manage the energy sector debt and be able to remove it as an albatross around the neck of our economy. To you, Mr. Eric Opoku-Agric, Ghanaians are looking for food security, and they're looking for cheap and affordable food to fill their stomachs. To you, Mr. Governors Abuja, you probably have one of the most difficult jobs. Everybody in Ghana is complaining about bad roads. You have the duty not only to maintain existing roads, but to provide new roads for smooth transportation. And probably one of the most difficult and complex sectors, and that is education. The Honorable Haruna Idrisu is supposed to work for the people of Ghana to ensure quality education and to ensure that we equip our young people with the skills that they need to go into the world of work. And one of your first responsibilities will be to superintend the National Review Conference on Education, to bring stakeholders together to dialogue on how to improve our educational outcomes. Our Attorney General will be required to reform our justice system to make it fair and transparent to all Ghanaians. You'll also be responsible for holding people accountable and making sure that the sword of justice goes after people who have misappropriated the resources of Ghanaians. One of the major tasks you would have to undertake is to shepherd the National Constitutional Validation Conference in order that we can begin amendment of our Constitution to make it a living document for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, long before the elections, we were aware of the parlous state of our economy, and we made specific pledges to address same. The energy sector is also riddled with many hydra-headed problems, threatening its very survival. Already we've been at work since my first day in office to tackle these problems. Indeed, you elected us to confront and resolve such challenges. As you may all be aware, the previous government did not work to ensure the smooth running of the energy sector by neglecting to arrange enough fuel to power our thermal plants. This was important because of the known scheduled maintenance work that was to take place on the West African gas pipeline, which is responsible for bringing in significant gas for the thermal plants that we have in our Eastern Enclave. Through determined efforts, I can report that we have now averted the looming threat of power outages. And began delivering fuel to the thermal plants in the east.
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama na PAC Yekuti na no din sema or the two ministers of state in him.
So reassuring. So Bronika say reassuring and actually say asem na waka ye no asema waka ama abotoyem aba if we say one of the key things Ayera John Dramani Mahama aka ne say wo ba no problem ewo ho eti wono ena wamba ye waba wabra problem ewo ho nti problem na oba be solve nti so you as for then you have no choice than to go the hard way to send you na work no.
Okay.
But you see you say ahunu be painting na abo asrewa ojeje ne bagra na wayi nani ato nche nya se wo ma no wantira na Yewra John Mahama what can he say my government will not tolerate arrogance and disrespect to the very people who voted us into power.
Okay.
Okasa asamana Nana Akufo-Addo akambida in 2017. Or say I asked you to be citizens. Now after 1 year pepepe in Central for Kasa na ye tata omo Central for Kana ye dundum radio stations near there. So ama for bebre na insha da ni jide wom. Eti Yewra Mahama aswafo no one key thing I make catch omo ne say just get the job done and Ghanaians will trust you.
Yo, that's him. They know so kafa semi.
O share o mampani John Dramani Mahama ne samo kan nyina sa asoya hodo asa bre mpanyifo okoda no waje wo nyina tuma momo sai no. O bobo so mako timu se ba bia ha wo ho. Ba bia challenges ahodo ho do ma wo mo ba no. Wasese wombehwe na womayom tutu ye sanse ofa sikasem afa no a ahwe hwe sikasem a sede ne ma betimi agya na so ne sikasem so betimi agina brane enti Yewra Dr. Kesela to Forsen wo ba no wonhwe so obeye ho tutu ye ne ye e na ofa greken so a ye kakua yo ene ye nuane mu nsem a e wosa bire bia na yakwaye oman no yenya nuane ahodo menwen koba say ye ho bekere yenya aduane eni ena fe so attorney general so se ne be ya tentrene eni mu nsam be ya dwuma e wo mai emu no eno so waka ho asem dodo no ya kwan tempon akwan dodo na wo hono ma enye wo ba no so no ye wura ye aboja wo hwe say ye benya kwan foforo na timi abo man na ya kwan ya kwan tempon akoba die no atimi agya na so nti so fa ye nyina ye hwe ni mu say empanifo ya won mu bai won dwuma di a ye de ahye wo mu nsa no won beye aye ne kama se ne be ya Ghana ye nyina ye betimi akoye ni
em say ye be san ko Parliament House biom member of Parliament Mashama Madam Emiliata or Sansu a minister designate for fisheries and aquaculture
another important ministry especially man for once or Shama
coastal board
coastal woman
a friend say premix.
Yes,
because premix NDC and MPP are politicizing.
Yes, of course.
Say NDC ba we NDC na we be MPP ba.
But I think say you John Jamani Mahama asama okan ya wa bra na ono ankasa okura yi afenamu no okan say we ye Ghana ni me ye Ghana ni ye nyina ne kabuma ye Ghana. So let's see say no obesi akọ. But sama me no okay Yewura Mahama ka say what the ministers no so 10% BIC chip compounds bi no. I think now we are very instrumental. It was chip compounds
former deputy Western regional minister.
Yes, because at that time now our presidency. Yes. So I think say Yewura Mahama nim ne djuma obetuma yenti no de coastal side na de amane so on fisheries. Mama yenko we papa yo Cape Coast manoma one more time na so no.
Particularly that is supposed to go to communities for community development happens. That's one policy around premix.
We'll stay a bit on premix and then come to the marine fishing thing, some aspect of it. So let's stay here a bit. The premix, you talked about challenges with it, the lack of transparency in the distribution and all. Have you become aware of the solar outboard motors?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Would you agree with me that in view of the subsidy costs to government, the way to go is to promote the solar outboard motor?
I may not agree with you in total because it's an area that I think we must explore further scientifically. Now, I understand the point you make about the subsidy on premix becoming expensive for government or a burden for government. But if we look at it the other way, if the premix policy is implemented as it's supposed to be, the 53% profit that goes into community development, some build schools, some build chips compounds. If the chips compounds are not built, central government will have to build them anyway. So the money central government will spend to build those development projects are covered by the profits from the premix. So the area of advanced technology, exploring solar and things are areas that I'm open to understand some more and see what is possible. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, do you think that it is still sustainable to subsidize premix fuel in view of your government's policy of repealing taxes and levies and all? You know, there's a little bit of background. The repeal of these levies, these taxes at the ports, your government says that it's going to help importers. They are going to have a good day and they're expectant. The mainstream e-levy is going to go and all, which means that revenue coming in
would go down. At the same time, you are going to subsidize premix fuel, and you are a bit hesitant on technology because you think that you have to hasten slowly and all. Do you think that this premix subsidy business is sustainable and that your fisher folks will have these on time?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
There came a time that this premix fuel had to be colored. They dropped some color in it so that people will not smuggle it. Were you aware at the time they were having this challenge?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Do you intend to repeat the same strategy to stop the smuggling?
Mr. Chairman, when I get there, I will explore and find the best means of getting things done properly. Thank you very much.
The public is getting to know of it.
Now, Honorable Nominee, I'll give you a background to my question and then put the question to you. In 2015, the then Minister of Finance appeared before the Finance Committee, of which I was a member then, and capped a loan facility that had earlier been procured in somewhere 2011, the famous CDB loan. That CDB loan had a portion for landing beach projects. And the NDC government did some capping. And the capping that was done was to take away landing beach projects out of it. So the 3 billion we're going for, government decided that it was no more pursuing the landing beach projects. Our people call it WAF, bridge, water, etc. They call it by all manner of names. I want to know from you, how you intend to continue the construction of those 14 or so landing beach projects that the new government that inherited the NDC government, I mean the Akufo-Addo government, 2017 to 2025, saw to the construction of 14 landing beach projects. Some have been commissioned, some have not been commissioned. What plans have you, as a sector minister, in ensuring that all these uncompleted landing beach projects are completed?
Thank you very much. We will review the projects as you have mentioned. We will review the sources of funding, where we need to attract more funding, look for, find the funding either from GOG or from our development partners. Thank you.
Well, just for the avoidance of doubt, so that we don't appear heretical, Government of Ghana procured full funding for all these projects. In fact, government came to Parliament and Parliament actually approved everything, the commercial agreement, all the loans, all that government needed to do this project, was approved. I'm just giving you the information so you can pursue it. By the way, were you part of the policy on fisheries?
Honorable Leader, is the money still there? the money, is it still there?
Honorable Chair, respectfully, my question was very clear. We must not have give and take at the head of the table. Government approved a loan. This was a structured facility. The contractor will have to access the fund upon submission of certificate. We all know in this country how construction payment is structured. You do get your certificate done, you submit whichever stage you are paid. So it's not a matter of the money is there or not. There's a loan that we procured and same has been disbursed. So let's not go in there. If she says that she would pursue it, that's fine. But I want to know from the honorable nominee on these London Beach projects. It was originally under Transport Ministry. It was originally under the Transport Ministry. There is a new government with its own policy initiatives. Would you be happy to pursue getting the facility and the supervision of these London Beach projects under your ministry?
I think this would be a matter for cabinet discussion.
Now, the NDC manifesto, the policy on fisheries, were you part of the enactment?
No, I wasn't. I was a member of many other committees except that one. Thank you.
So, by the way, do you have the manifesto with you?
I do not have a copy, but I have what we said in the manifesto under fisheries here.
Share with us.
Okay.
The specifics.
Okay. So we said that we will collaborate with London Beach committees and leverage technologies to combat corruption in the distribution of the premixed fuel. We will establish a Blue Economy Commission to sustainably harness and regulate our marine and freshwater resources.
Of the first point. The first point.
Collaborate with London Beach committees, 350 of them, and leverage technologies to combat corruption in the distribution of the premixed fuel.
That is a policy?
Yes. And that relates to the automation and other things that we will come out with.
What I want to know is that what you've just read to the committee, is that the policy?
It is what we said we would do, out of which, yes, policy statements can clearly emanate from that. Yes. I'm telling you, reading verbatim to you, what, Mr. Chairman, what the NDC manifesto said we would do under fisheries and aquaculture. So that is one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My question is that what you just read out to us, is that a policy? That was my question, respectfully.
Yes.
Please proceed. If that is your policy, proceed.
The next one is establish a Blue Economy Commission to sustainably harness and regulate our marine and freshwater resources. The next one is to enhance aquaculture through improved fish genetics, commercial fingerling production, strengthened quality assurance, and disease control.
Let's stay there. Let's stay there. So on this third one, how do you hope to implement this?
As we know, aquaculture is extremely important since fisheries provide 60% of protein for Ghanaians, but our marine and inland fish resources are depleting. So we need to enhance aquaculture. Currently, I think we have only 6 or so large aquaculture, 6 large-scale farms, 14 medium-scale, and a lot, 2,300 small-scale aquaculture farmers. So one of the things that we intend to do is to support, attract, direct, facilitate funding for operators of aquaculture farms. Also, one of the very expensive things that affects aquaculture is the feed, because the inputs into feed are imported, and it makes the feed very, very expensive. So linked to and in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, we will look at how to produce especially maize and soya bean in Ghana, just for the aquaculture subsector of fisheries. We also want to invest into research, especially around disease control, so far as aquaculture is concerned. So these are some of the things that we intend to do to support the growth of aquaculture for jobs and for prosperity, especially for our young people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, to the Ghanaian youth listening to you now, this is very assuring. What timelines would you want to provide?
Mr. Chairman, if it pleases the House, then I'm approved, and it pleases the President to keep me for 4 years. I have 4 years under the President's instruction and direction to implement this. But when I get to the office, then I'll work out the timelines, because I cannot be saying things that I do not have the concrete facts for. Thank you.
Will 3 months be enough for you to work out the timelines?
3 months to work out timeline. Yes, please.
That's fair. Now, you know the poverty levels along our coast. How do you look forward to creating opportunities for women in the area of fishing?
Thank you very much. As we all know, women really dominate the fisheries sector. Men own canoes. Some women own canoes as well, but men go fishing, and when they bring the produce, it's the women who take over. They process the fish into the different smoked fish, fried fish, what have you. And sometimes they are faced with the problem of capital funding. And so linked with the establishment of the Women's Development Bank, we are hoping that small loans will be given to the women, the fishmongers, so they improve their work. We are also looking at processing centers. Even in the area of aquaculture, we are looking at perhaps big investment in creating aquaculture farms where there's cold storage, where there's cold vans, where there's easy market. You bring suppliers and buyers together. All of those things are important. Now, one other thing that's extremely important to support women who are into fishing, fishmongers, is actual markets, physical markets. So in my constituency, for example, Shama constituency, there's Biposo markets there. And every Tuesday and Friday, they bring their produce there, but the market needs to be rebuilt like we did Kejitia market. So if we did that, lots of the women also take their fish to Techiman, for example. So if Techiman markets are rebuilt and things like that, then we are supporting the women so that they become economically much more empowered than they are now, and they support socially as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I shall bring my questions to an end at this point, and wish the nominee very well. Thank you very much indeed.
I will now give the floor to Honorable Patrick Boma.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member and a veteran politician. Congratulations. I want us to go to the European Union's ban on Ghana. I'm sure you know about it. The yellow card, you're aware. Fact is that this ban came about as a result of the illegal, unreported, and unregulated, that's IEU, that's using vessels on the high seas to do some transportation, which is $1 billion business. How strong are you going to be to get us out of this ban in the face of the fact that you have strong fisher communities who are involved in some of these activities? Can we hear from you on this and the steps you're going to take? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you rightfully said, IUU, standing for illegal, unreported, and unregulated activities in fisheries, have earned Ghana a yellow card. Now, EU outlined a number of things that need to be sorted out so that the yellow card will be lifted. It is my understanding that those activities have begun, one of which is to review the law on fisheries, Act 625, and apparently a bill was even brought to the last parliament. As it is now, the bill probably has to be withdrawn and reworked. In the Act 625, the law is quite quiet on inland fisheries and aquaculture. And so I'm told by the Ministry of Fisheries that work has already begun in correcting those things that EU raised. That is one, the law. And then was something they call Minister's Directive. So steps are already underway, and I pledge to move very quickly on addressing the issues to make EU take off the yellow card from Ghana. Because you see, the yellow card is affecting especially the industrial fishers who catch and export tuna, and which brings in a lot of money, nearly $400 million or so to Ghana. So we have to do the right things so that the trade will go on and the foreign exchange will come. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable, we have about 550 kilometers of coastline from Aflao to Alubo. We also have a lot of river bodies. You and I know that the river bodies, most of them have been contaminated by illegal activities, legal mining, mercury and all those chemicals have been used to the extent that fish from those rivers that we revere so much cannot be eaten. We cannot get the number of fish stock that we used to. What are some of the strategies your ministry is going to put in place, especially with mining in the river bodies, which will be under your control? Obviously, as fisheries and aquaculture, you are not going to focus so much on the sea, but also on our rivers, Tano, Pra, and Cobra, Densu, Brim, and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is one of the issues that would be that will require an intersectoral approach. It would have to be with the Ministry of Fisheries, Environment and Science and Technology, Lands and Natural Resources. It would have to be with even Maritime comes under which ministry? Transports. With Ministry of Transport. It has to be an intersectoral approach, and it has to be that has a cabinet, even task team, because like you said, Galamsey has destroyed the water bodies and even entered the sea. I come from the place where River Pra meets the sea, the estuary. When you see what is happening now, is deadly. So, and I remember His Excellency John Mahama has said that we would like to tackle this issue head on. I am told, I myself belong to a scientific body that are trying to do work in how they can take away the pollution from this river body. So I'm expecting that we will work together with all the other ministries to make this happen, so that the aspect that relates to us, particularly aquaculture, will be able to do it well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, before I go to my next question, I saw in your manifesto the Blue Economic Commission. What is that? Please.
Thank you very much. We want to look at fisheries and aquaculture in broad terms. And so now there is the concept of blue economy, and blue economy refers to sustainably exploiting ocean, sea resources for economic growth, livelihoods, jobs, and what have you. So we want to look at fisheries and aquaculture just beyond just people going to fish, catching fish and selling. We want to look at fisheries and aquaculture in a broader sense. And blue economy refers to or has many components, and one component is fisheries, the other component is bioprospecting, the other component is mining under the sea and all of those things. Now, what we want to do with Fisheries is to set up a Blue Economic Commission that will be working to look at how we situate fishing beyond the narrow sense that we see it now. So we will be establishing the Blue Economic Commission.
Different from the Fisheries Commission, that is a regulator?
Yes, yes. So now the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture has only two agencies, Fisheries Commission and the Premix Secretariat. If this comes on board, then we are going to have a third one called the Blue Economic Commission. And who knows, maybe when it's set up and we begin to go into it, we'll realize that maybe we have to merge or something. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Don't worry, we'll go to the regulation aspect. Let's look at your regulations. Fisheries Commission, you have an enabling act. You have a commissioner, I believe so, and a board. I want you to look at the licensing regime. Madam Martha, you say Ajay, what is Ajay about the question? You don't know the question. You don't worry, don't look at the act. It's just a straightforward question. What steps, some of the steps you are going to take to ensure that the licensing of vessels and operators within your space are done with utmost transparency? Because a lot of Ghanaians do complain that vessel licenses are issued to, I don't want to mention countries, and I want to ask you whether you are going to be fair to Ghanaians other than, I don't know. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think the four gentlemen to my left have answered the question for me. Thank you very much.
Chairman, I asked a very important question, and I need an answer from the nominee, not from the praise singers on your left.
Mr. Chairman, we will be fair. We will be equitable. Whoever is deserving of a license, following the due process, will get a license. But also, we will have to see the traffic. If it's too choked, then people will have to wait for later. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Arthur, let's do two more and I'm sure you'll be discharged. Let's look at safety. Our children at fish landing sites, river bodies, not going to school. Come on. We've come a long way as a country. We need to get all our kids in school. I'm sure if you go to Abuesi or Abuadze in your area, I know that. Because I did my national service around you, Dabuasi, in 1993, many years ago. So I know your area very, very well. So, yeah, so, Honorable Arthur, I know Biposo, you stand on River Pra, you look and the color has changed. The children at fish landing sites not going to school, putting their lives at risk. Please tell the country something about what you intend doing to assist.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is true that children who should be in school sometimes are not in school, but it is also a fact that quite a decent number of them go to school. But there are issues relating to education that as a nation we have to look at. When the classroom blocks are not enough, when a classroom that should take 25 takes 100, when one teacher is teaching 5 subjects, then it is difficult to have control over the kids and the kids run away. When our education curriculum is not structured around what the kids know and do, then they lose interest. So this requires a comprehensive, holistic approach to getting our children who should be in school to be in school. The kid watches his mother who has never been to school smoke fish. The woman who has never been to school knows that if she puts a certain quantity of firewood under a tall stack of fish, they all cook at the same time, not one is burnt. The physicists tell me that is thermodynamics. Why is it that the kid is learning about in school, in physics, and not learning what he or she sees his or her mother do every day and every time? So there are things that we must do to make education interesting for those kids to go to school and stay in school. Also, we have to do scholarship schemes to get them to stay in school and be interested in school. And therefore, I am saying to the whole of Ghana that we will be extremely creative. We will work with different models in different parts of the communities in the coastal districts to get our children interested in school, go to school, and stay in school. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. A very good answer. Honorable Arthur, my last question. Very last question. I promise you. I know you to be a firebrand politician. I saw you during the launch of the Reform Party in Legon, a very long time ago. Yes. Then you reformed and you've reformed and you are here. Today you are very sober and we like your composure. What do you want the fisheries sector or subsector and Ghanaians to remember you for? Not forgetting the fact that President Akufo-Addo appointed Afolekwe, a woman, to that ministry. Mrs. Asma, may her soul rest in peace, was there. Gladys Asma, under President Kufuor. Then came the almighty Hawa Kumsin, a late Shariaite. And Timano ya. Then Hawa Kumsin, former MP Kaswa, Ewutu Senya East. You are taking the seat, God willing. What do you want the country to remember you for? The next year, 2 years, you never know what President Mahama will do, whether to reshuffle you. But between now and when the next reshuffle is done, what do you want us to remember you for, Honorable Arthur? Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much. That's by the grace of God and the support of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama that I, Emilia Arthur, was the Fisheries Minister under whose regime fisheries production went up and that indigenous knowledge was respected and integrated with scientific knowledge in improving fisheries in this country. And also that it was under me that the long-awaited Fisheries College that we started in 2013 became operational. But you see, the indigenous knowledge part is very important to me because you see, our fishers have knowledge. Some of them have been fishing 12 years, 15 years, 30 years. In fact, when they go to sea, for example, they can see that, in the Nsuwa Kwefutu, Chede on chi, Wunyanam, and then the Nsuwa Kwado, no Chede. What why are we not paying attention to that? They were also like stargazers. Our fishermen could follow a star and use a star to navigate like a compass. Of course, today, because of technology, different things are going up there. So you might see something you might think is a star, but it's a capsule hanging in there. But I think that importantly, we have to marry indigenous knowledge and scientific knowledge in coming to whatever policies that we bring in the fisheries sector with the sole aim of improving fisheries in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the close and open season.
Thank you very much. May I proceed to recognize the presence of Nana Afokweku II, Chief of Ohiamadwi. Okay. Nana Kofi Bequeen III, Chief of Anto. Nana Kundua V, Abuasi Chief Fisherman. Nana Kobabo III, Queen Mother of Abuasi. Nana Kweja, Chief Fisherman of Mori. Madam Faustina Nelson, Mrs. Sati Okran, Mr. Samuel Kwame Bolu, Miss Daniela Mavis Matthias, Mrs. Beatrice Achampong, then our own Honorable Kofi Totobi Kwachi, Isaac Patterson Eshen, John Manoma Kwesen, Delphina Jones Gordon, Patience Ankama Ado, Kirk Mensa, Sisi Kwenu, Nana Bru Butler, Queen Mother of Grabodo Shama Junction, Queen Mother of Nyankrum Shama. Nyankrum Shama, you are welcome.
Yeah, Nana Sambru Butler.
Ghana Football Association.
Yes, Nana Sambru Butler.
Nana Sambru Butler.
Yes. The great
nominee, congratulations on your nominations. We thank you so much for attending upon the committee and providing answers to questions. For now, you are discharged, but you will surely hear from the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Our next and the last nominee for today should get ready to take his seat.
Minister designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture on your the Mamazim Antina Wamam Fantanaban or your Mamazim Emiliata, Member of Parliament Zima Shama. And then Pennyphone in Edin Comora and Coma Omudi Bebrinankas and Omoshe teach you war a year. You call a fisheries, what share yang or a fuel I use a friend premix fuel.
Premix fuel.
In moon somehow you see a cheap premix. Medican kasi a politicizing NDC bar. Now a demand of Mamoto. Now what was the man NDC for? Was the man NDC for MPP so bad?
Party chairman be clear to look at the the party chairman be try to make ojeboso ane ye pebi kra kwakọ yi na maba wunye bi na party chairman bi te so
London site ahrowa ye
enu tina sa wo hwe a even in areas na ye coastal areas no ade ba ko ma NPP elusu wo ho mo sa ade na so wo ko yes so wo ko ye area ho a
ye de kwashama wo be na wo azim ade ba ko mo ye no
eti I think say this time around me nipa I like to hold you by your words. Yes. So fail me then ebeba bejira me so the onus will lie on me whether or not to take you serious. So send American so what you say. Aha iti nipa so the word ma me a. Me say me kura word no mo. Eti se wo foma ana se wendi so a then me wo book bi o me trim me nya tro se me nya tro di shema me fa serious biom because won to me ndi wasemechi. You're John Dramani Mahama and I'll go back again. You're John Dramani Mahama. I say, we are Ghana. Me a Ghana. You Kabuma ye Ghana. I like to hold him by those words. And then you're John Dramani Mahama say, a Jumana ye diamano. Go and serve.
Yes.
And do it well. Because you're John Dramani Mahama. He has nothing to lose again. Anything and that's our NDC phone. I'm not forced through. They don't even know what the man is bringing tomorrow in terms of appointments. Omonimo, Ushobiano Bisana, few people know say, oh, media, I've been earmarked for this place. Nipa bebre nanka send him to me be so be. Look at the appointments. Previous ministers near day. This time around, they are so So you are John Dramani Mahama has nothing to lose.
Yes,
he is here for a purpose. The purpose ne say. No akomapa eno de betena Ghana MPP for propaganda wo mu yusu ye penti no ho poto Ghana for bufu no ena dumso hene ena king of dumso ena den ena ye but Ghana for asa de na babium so you so ye soafo a enya fe na matra makwe eti Emiliata matie no oye mami o experience me I am a bias towards amount for my education. Say or teacher ni. I am a bias because you are taught to be very very meticulous because at the train process mesibia akwano ana se nipa na oche na de entumi nkoye. So you have to be meticulous. It is such a person I want to trust and believe that in some hour can and I was want to mean promise bia want to mean this so. But to me say na dream no with aquaculture. Unim say epona da ho no ubetumi akwa tena epono so na ye the technology na wan kasa wa pond epono so na wan kasa wa yen wona mo
ye wo challenges bi ho a nipa bebre nhwe
he
ma China for ye tumi kofa ki begina se ya tupu
na China for no high seas
China for no the trawlers yi
e wo deep seas
omo the light e
na for the fish nyina
so na China for no ho empenufo na nkasa mo musika
so there is a challenge
good na ya tupum na the fisherman for 1 month
na come the omo because
ya bro mo emo kakra se mo nia
yeah so check from half a sini ti kobo axim wa ba bedru takrade shama na wadru Elmina na wa ba Cape Coast na wa wuram saa apam na wa ba be piem wo winiba
me am krom de koina
na wa ba aba be piem e wo kaswa o ba dansoman awure ma ba choko side a Jamestown saa na mu saa kokopem ketane aplao your fishermen are sa coastal line no that is what they do and no na ye o maduane o mudi so I think say President Mahama the way na epuanofo no any MPP for ya kana o moto abatia o mo e coastal belt ne so saa no they don't want to make any mistake and John Dramani Mahama Mr. President would want to hand over an NDC a very formidable and attractive to send the obabeto ye no eti pese obey some mistakes and that is why I feel say Ebeleata will be able to do it because right from the onset one epoano for na first ebimpo abekom kra na na busu afo free no kola bebre na ye friend say afare for eti she understands it and she has been in the area Shama MP Galamsey are saying insurance, and that is the reason in Sotia coastal area from Bebrena to Tiano. But then the hypocrisy of a Mr. Boama, my friend is saying.
Yeah,
Patrick Boama.
Yes.
Nana Akufo-Addo Teso. The president promised to put his presidency on the line, and we are fighting Galamsey, Now, abane 10 year, and then the more dear to Muse. Galamsey asayensu. What sort of hypocrisy is that?
Okay, PSA, Maminko, Miniaba, Dachima ho. Honorable Asafo Aje, was so here was Sunya Yichiao. Dachima, so far, say. Madam Emilia Atta, I am a former deputy regional minister, Western region. Nanya miadum, abanfu for subaya sample needing some fisheries and aquaculture. Nkomodio money di, so mubisano so, meaning penny for bedroom. Machine, who want to say?
Meda say, Yamami Emiliata, o share questions are hot and penny for tomano, vetting was senwa. We no kama na wo hwe ne nsam ahodwa ene worker wo vet no ase otum say experience na de wo ho pa ye nyina ye hwe ni mu say wo ba no ye kan oman Ghana ensunam yen ene na asefo no a enema betimi agira ne nan eso na wo hwe questions ahodwa bi e ba ye no aba ko na edimu akotene ne ye se ema hodwa omko ensua no kokofa na ma na ase wo mu kokoto nam wo ho no hye ye ben na NDC abanya ebe no womo aye ede amoma na mpo mu di begu akwan mu ede amo no cheso NDC aban kyerese womo di Women's Development Bank eba ya wode eba bebo ma anaso wode beta wo no achi amom loans ahodo se na be ye onjumadie ebetimi akonkan no kyerese ma ahodo ya omko nsoso ko fa na ma anaso omko to nam de ekodi wondwa ni nyina no won behwese loans ahodo won betimi ede ama womo ata wonjumadie na achi se na be ya won so obetimi atumpom ade ba kon so kan ya na eye medekese pa ne se ye behwe ponano anase ensuo na no etoda eya na mofra bebre ko nsuo so ya kyese obehu no tete koro no so no mo kwa up and down na ade a wabra wose wo eko school dem eko sua de na wose ba wo ba ni woden sha hodo begu akwamo eno wo kyese na ewhwe ye schools ahodo no ma eho abo ape so okọ classroom bi kura no a wose bia nkwada be ye aduenu ene wo classroom ho no wo be ye oha ene wo mo nte basa no a emofra no bi okura no ema wo mani engi school no eho eti basa no mutimi pie ni tituru pa ne woni on tete benben empo ano no ama school ni kono kura no enyo mo de no ma begu mpo no so saa no wo mu eyi nam wo kyese ni nyina no wo bai no wo behwe eden hya hodo agu akwam na megidi se de wo ka no obai ni pepepe ene wo kyem sa wofo ni bu kura wo ho no mu a ye ka school no ase se bi o mu nhye da nim school ho mfaso eti ade ache no e wo so o ma ne ba eko school no o se besen ye kopo ye kwakoyi nam anase ye konsuo so kwakoyi nam o se di nyina ya de a ha dwena o man Ghana pempen so ye dro ye nwuma hye mu no won mo e be hye se o mba ye ntoto ye papa se ne be ya ye mofra hodo a abre ne ye hu mu epono so anase nsuo so mu du o ma wofu achi ekokoyi nam no ye be se ye be twe mu nyina san kwa classroom na wo atimi akokosua de eti ye maami Emilia Asaba wo bai no ye ka ensunam yen na sefo ni nyina no a o man Ghana ye nyina ye hwe ni mu se ene ma pa betimi akoso ne mpo enubone ahodo adi yi enam ewo ensuo so no ye be hwe na eto atwa na enam ye no so bibia timi akonkan
se ye nche ye sign akọ ye Parliament House make us say George Opariado dodo na friend Pablo se no so embredra ye be veteran na me ho bia so de atwa ne many ye say youth
youth development.
I
expect him to deliver. I expect him to deliver because he has combed the four corners of this country. One Mabunu and edi agora na se wo mu edi omujuma.
Okay. It make us say the say George Opariado Aikrado wo ha minister designate for youth development.
As the minister for youth, my question to you is that, as you earlier indicated, you said you are the national youth organizer of the NDC.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And so, because of our architecture of our political system, the winner takes all, there seemed to be the belief from young people who are not necessarily aligned to your party that in the event that the NDC and its Minister of Youth has an opportunity to create jobs for young people, they may not be considered because you are the national youth organizer of the NDC. Can you convince me and the people of Ghana, especially the youth, that you are going to be fair, you are going to be patriotic, and you are going to apply your role or your office justifiably?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, poverty knows no political color. And when His Excellency nominated me, the first statement I put out was that my doors are open for anybody, irrespective of political party, creed, religion, or ethnicity. I am here to serve the good people of Ghana. And as National Youth Organizer of the NEC, that will not limit me, and I want to assure this committee that my doors will be open to every young person who wants to see some development and improvement in his life. The good thing is that, let me quote Elon Musk. He says, your education doesn't matter to me. Give me a code and I'll employ you. I don't care which political party you belong to. Give me a proposal that will create jobs for young people, and I will work with you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any further question? Right. Honorable nominee, are you aware of the age bracket as far as the definition of who a youth is with respect to the UN definition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Ghana, we use the 15 to 35 rule.
No, I asked a very simple question. I'm saying that, are you aware of the age bracket for UN?
Mr. Chairman, if the honorable member will be a bit specific, because within the UN, there are two different definitions and age limits for the youth for age. There is a 15 to 24, and there is a 15 to 35. So I don't know which one the honorable member is referring to.
Let me
be specific. UNESCO puts it differently. UN organizations also put it differently.
United Nations has a definition for the youth bracket to be from 15 to 24.
That is for UNESCO.
That's okay. The AU Charter also defines the youth bracket to be from 15 to 29. The National Youth Policy of Ghana also defines the youth bracket to be from 15 to 35.
That's also correct.
In the event that you have an opportunity to review the National Youth Policy, would you want to have our definition to be in consonance with what the UNESCO and the AU Charter is?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our situation may be slightly different to some of the developed countries around the world. And the challenge may be that, while in other jurisdictions, a 15-year-old, a 16-year-old will be very independent and be able to manage and live on his own. Our economic conditions here are not the same. And so I believe that when our policy formulators decided to settle on the 15 to 35, they knew exactly why they settled on that. Because our socioeconomic programs and challenges that confront young people here may be totally different from challenges that confront young people in other jurisdictions. But as it stands now, this is what the law is in Ghana, and I believe we should work with it until such a time that it becomes necessary to change it.
Yes, your last question. Honorable nominee, the NDC manifesto promises to create sustainable and decent jobs for the youth through strategic partnerships with the private sector, through strategic partnership with the private sector. Can you outline specific policies and timelines for job creation, if you can, and how will you ensure these opportunities reach marginalized youth in rural areas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For any government policy to affect young people directly, we must first be intentional and deliberate. Over the years, we've had a lot of youth policies, but because we've not been deliberate and intentional, we missed out. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has a vision of resetting Ghana. And by resetting, he's not only talking about resetting in terms of building infrastructure or what have you. We first need a mind reset. And for every young person to be productive, we must first appreciate the challenges that comes with it. For instance, let's take the agricultural sector. We talk about our grape not being attractive to young people, but the question we ask ourselves is, have we been able to break down agriculture to the young person to appreciate that without agriculture he may not be able to live? Because once his survival is threatened, he may begin to take agriculture seriously before we get into the issues of land tenure systems or what have you. And so we must look broadly at what the challenges are. The NDC promises to create sustainable jobs in our manifesto, and that we are going to do. We are going to create jobs in the green sector. We are going to create jobs within the ICT space. We have spared the AU African Technological Strategic Report. It means that 350 million jobs will be needed from 2025 to 2030. Clearly, if Ghana is not equipped with the right skills, we will lose out. Also, the kind of jobs that exist today, the sad aspect is that most of these jobs in the next 5 to 10 years will not be available because of machine learning and machines taking over most of these jobs. So we must equip the Ghanaian youth for the next generation so that they will be able to take advantage and work hard. And most importantly, we also need the private sector. Without the private sector, we will not be able to create all the jobs we are promising to create. So government is willing, the youth ministry is willing to partner with government and create jobs. And we are going to create jobs in various aspects. The other challenge we have is that there are a lot of jobs too out there. But because we've not formalized those jobs, you will need somebody who works as a bartender and she'll tell you I don't have a job. The reason is that because no skills training has been given to such a person, and so he in his own little writings he doesn't have a job. But when you go deeper, you dig deeper, you realize that even his pay, how much is being paid every month, is above the minimum wage. So we need to formalize that sector and get the jobs working so that at least we'll be able to create all the sustainable jobs we are talking about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, if you...
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up?
Chairman, mine is just a guy. Honorable nominee, take it easy, relax, pay attention to the question. Brevity is the rule. The whole space is yours. Bring down your voice, relax, take it back, and do the needful.
Chairman, you should know that he's not commanding the youth of the NDC. I am guided, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Honorable Adam Apana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. Honorable George Opariado, accept my compliments on your nomination, and I'm grateful to you for building a very robust youth wing, a youth wing that I am a product of. Today I'm in Parliament because of the work that we started together in 2018 when I was your deputy, and I'm very happy that President Mahama has decided to appoint you as the first ever Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. Now to my question. Having worked with you as your deputy for 4 years, I know you are very passionate about the youth. You are passionate about job creation. You are passionate about youth development. You are passionate about providing opportunities to young people. But in this public space, passion is not enough. With a nation under austerity, looking at the challenges that we are confronted with in our economy, how will you answer to the real questions of public policy implementation as against the challenges in the economy? I'm talking about the funding gaps. How will you raise resources to implement all the beautiful policies contained in the National Youth Manifesto of the NDC?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that when His Excellency President Mahama decided to set up the Ministry for Youth Development, he had a plan and a vision. And so I want to believe strongly that he will make resources available, even though we are under austerity. But that notwithstanding, if this committee graciously gives me the nod, one of the first things I intend to set up is a desk at the ministry that will go around the world and solicit for funding to support initiatives of young people. And that will pursue aggressively. Thank you.
Any more question? If you don't have more question,
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up.
Let me give the floor. You have a follow-up.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. The honorable nominee, on the issue of funding and establishing a desk, the Ministry of Youth used to be together with the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Now it has been decoupled. You are the first minister designate, or you will be the first minister when you are approved. Do you have any ideas how much in terms of allocation is likely to come to your ministry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I looked at the appropriation bill for last year, the total amount that was allocated to the Ministry of Youth and Sport was about 35 million Ghana cedis. I am yet to sit down with the finance minister and look at how much they intend to put in. But His Excellency the President, because I know how passionate he is about youth issues, I want to strongly believe that they will heavily fund that ministry so that we can help resolve the many challenges that confront the young people of this country. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Nana Asafo-Adjei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity. Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful for the opportunity. Let me first and foremost commend the commander of the Youth Army of the NDC. And I want to also congratulate you for your nomination. It's important. My first question, I want to know or understand what your scope of work or what your ministry would be about, because it's a novelty. Normally we've had the Ministry of Youth and Sports together. Now it's been separated. So what will be your scope of work?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let's look at this scenario. Football is played by 22 players, or it's played between 11 players on both sides. Over the years, our focus as a country has been on the leather ball. The leather ball representing the Ministry of Sports. And then the human beings that play the game, that is the soccer ball, have been left idle. We have not paid deliberate attention to the human beings that make us enjoy the game. What President Mahama is seeking to do is being deliberate and intentional in setting up a ministry that will focus its main emphasis on how we can improve, develop, formulate policies that affect young people and see to it that the unemployment challenge and scare that stares at us every day is brought to an end. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, a follow-up.
Please do.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up, sorry. I want to understand, how are you going to clearly segregate the youth issues? Because clearly we have youth issues under the Ministry of Health. Are you going to clearly segregate all these ones?
Well, I will allow the question, but treat it as a substantive question instead of a follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, because issues confronting young people, if not treated well, will become a national security scare for all of us. President Mahama, identifying this problem, was very intentional in setting up the youth ministry. It is true, from what the honorable member said, because young people are everywhere, you find our issues scattered across all ministries. Yet, no proper coordination is done. Over the years, you hear that there is one issue happening in one ministry. There is one project happening in another ministry. And so there is a lot of duplication of efforts. What the youth ministry seeks to do is to sit in the center and coordinate all these activities so that we don't have the duplication of efforts that has happened previously, and proper attention is paid to issues confronting young people. We are being intentional, we are being deliberate in our resetting agenda. That is why we have this ministry for youth development. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have one more chance.
Mr. Chairman, so still following up from your response, it means you're going to have the National Youth Authority as a sole agency under your ministry.
No, let me finish, because my questions are limited. I want to pack them so that you get it. Now, if you are going to have the National Youth Authority under your ministry, do you intend to create other agencies so you would help coordinate all the issues you are running about us in the youth issues? How are you going to synchronize?
Mr. Chairman, can I answer now? Thank you. The EI that President Mahama issued in establishing the youth ministry, 6 agencies under the ministry. And so it is not going to be the National Youth Authority alone. Other agencies are going to be there. And I believe the head of civil service together with the chief of staff are working to align those agencies. But the National Youth Authority, because of its acts and its mandate, automatically falls under that ministry. There are some special programs that we promise in our manifesto. And so as and when we begin to roll them out, His Excellency in His wisdom will decide under which agencies that they will fall. But most likely, most of them are youth-related, and I want to strongly believe that those ones will come directly under the purview of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment, Mr. Chairman.
So the National Youth Authority was passed by this House. And then you clearly remember, is the follow-up? Act, I'm referring to the National Youth Authority Act, which was passed by this House. We remember or we recall that Honorable Kodo, Honorable Kwashiga went to court to get the court to declare that 5% which is being given for youth development is null and void. How are you going to raise funds to support?
Hold on. I believe that is not what the Supreme Court judgment said. The Supreme Court judgment interpreted a constitutional provision in relation to what constitutes total revenue. And this has nothing to do with national youth. That's what the decision says in the case of Odo and Koshiga versus Attorney General. So please, if you have another question, proceed to answer. Proceed to ask.
Mr. Chairman, the NDC ran several campaigns, and then under your time, I mean, I heard you on radio talking about 133 formula, 101, 102. Can you explain it clearly to the House?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't run any commentary on 1001. If you can be very specific, I'll be able to give you an answer. But from what you are saying, I don't know which ones you are referring to, because we ran a few adverts and we had a few formulas. But
well, Honorable Nominee, you are not entitled to ask questions. Once you say you did not say that, okay, we'll take that for an answer.
Thank you, Mr.
I will now proceed to give the floor to Nana Osei Adjei. Well, Mumuni Mohammed Nuruddin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations. And I want to find out from you, a lot of your party youth went on rampage after the 2024 elections. What do you have to tell them?
If you have the evidence that something happened, and such a thing is coming from the people identified to be NDC youth, please table it for consideration.
Mr. Chairman, I will forward to the committee after this.
Another question.
Mr. Nominee, some youths, an example, in the Northeast region, right after the election, the Regional Coordinating Council was locked by some youth of the NDC. I want to find out from you.
Can you proceed to ask another question? Honorable Nurudeen, ask another question.
Mr. Chairman.
Order. Please, order. Please, order.
I will not be scared.
Honorable member, let there be some order. I don't want to be mentioning names. Please ask another question.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nurudeen, let me help you.
Another question. Please ask another question.
Mr. Nurudeen, I want to find out what plans do you have for the youth who are into agriculture in this country?
Please proceed to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agriculture is the backbone of every economy. And as such, His Excellency President Mahama has a vision for young people who want to venture into agriculture. I started by saying that it is because we have not made agriculture very attractive. It doesn't entice young people to get into it. And young people don't even appreciate the need why they have to get into agriculture. So we need to sensitize young people on why we need to get into agriculture and also make agriculture very formal and very enticing. We want to start by first, because of our land tenure system, because most people struggle to even acquire lands to go into agriculture. As part of our manifesto promise, we are going to do what we call the land bank systems, so that people who have lands will make their lands available to their district assemblies and then form a land bank. And then if I am a prospective farmer, I go and assess that land. I don't have to pay for the land. But when I finish farming and then I get my produce, some percentage of whatever I get will be given to the landowner, like what we used to have previously called in Obwa in the Akan cultures. We're also going to start the farmer-based service centers. Because if you're a young farmer who wants to get into agriculture, the cost of machinery is so much that you may not be able to procure them on your own. And so you will need some support. Government wants to set up the district mechanization centers or the farming-based centers and procure these equipments, put them at the disposal of the assemblies, and then young people who want to venture into farming can go and have access to it, rent them at very reduced prices, and then they can use it to get into agriculture. We're also going to support with improved seedlings, fertilizers, and every other service that is going to help young people get into agriculture. And so under the watch of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment, we are going to empower many more young people, turn their passions into purpose, and develop agriculture in such a way that young people will enjoy themselves doing it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Mr. Chairman, my second question has to do with
third one.
The first question wasn't answered. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nomi, we all know in this country, illegal mining has caused our water bodies a lot of havoc. I want to find out from you, what plans does your ministry have about the youth in illegal mining?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before you answer, with all due respect, let's observe some decorum. Let there be order so that we can have the opportunity to listen to the question and the answer from the nominee. With all due respect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there is a Ghana we all want. And one of the things we want in the Ghana I want, illegal mining is not part of it. I want to see a Ghana where we do mining in a manner which is sustainable and doesn't degrade the environment in any ways. And I believe that is also the vision of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. And so young people who want to get into mining, first we need a reset of the mind. Until we reset the mind and re-engage them, there is an old way that they've done things, and we must re-engage them to change them from the old ways they've done things. We are going to work together with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to look at sustainable ways of mining. Because I've always said that wherever there is gold and there is poverty, people will find ways and means of getting under the ground to take something out. We must eradicate poverty from the areas we find ourselves. And if we're able to do that effectively, by giving them alternative livelihoods, we may bring an end to the illegal mining menace. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I will now call on Yusuf, former Minister for Actual Youth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to congratulate the nominee for his appointment, especially being the first minister for youth development, standing alone, because previously we have Minister for Youth and Sports in the various regimes. So I want to congratulate you. Mr. Nominee, my question to you is that His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's administration launched a 10-year youth policy and also its implementation plan. Given that this policy is at the early stage and you are taking over, what do you have to make sure that you implement this youth policy, and how do you intend to address the challenges that may come during the rollout of its implementation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have met the authorities at the NYA, and I've taken a brief from them. I intend to work with them on what they have started. I've looked at the policy, and I think it's laudable. You don't need to reinvent the wheel when there is something already in motion. And so we'll work with them. The good news is that President Mahama has put issues of youth at the center of his government. And so whatever the challenges are, I'm very rest assured I'll get the needed support from Cabinet to make sure we pursue it and make sure the action plan and the policy framework works effectively. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, His Excellency, since Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo roll out a lot of youth initiatives, and these initiatives, like the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Plan, you have the Youth Start program, you have the YEA, you have National Service, you have National Youth Authority, we have various youth initiatives in most of the ministries, like youth in agriculture. How do you intend to coordinate all these things to avoid duplication? Because every year during budget, most of these ministries will come with budgets for youth programs. If you even take the Ministry of Lands, for example, Lands and Natural Resources, the Alternative Livelihood Program was also a budget separate. How do you intend to coordinate all these things to ensure that the youth of this country get the benefit of the various youth initiatives that we roll out during our time, and making sure that you maintain them and possibly bring in more initiatives? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The good news is that today there is a Ministry for Youth Development. Previously, it was not like that. It was the Ministry for Youth and Sports, and we all know that issues of youth, because they are scattered, forgive me, Honorable, but once you get into the ministry, the issues become too cumbersome. Your focus just goes on to sports, and sports is easy. What I say is it's not easy in the sense that there are no challenges, but it's a one-stop shop, and so you're able to deal with it. Luckily for us, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has set up a ministry that is going to coordinate all these activities. And so we will not have the duplication, because now information will be shared. And we already set up teams that is going to manage, and then there's going to be inter-agency committee that will look at programs that this agency is doing, and then we'll be able to sync them together so that we don't end up wasting the little scarce resources we have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you done?
Yeah, on this note, I want to wish you well. It is a laudable initiative, especially making sure that we are able to judiciously use the taxpayers' money, and no different agencies doing different things, the same thing in different agencies. So I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm still on my left. I'll give the opportunity to Fred Che, Dr. Fred Che, Asamoah. Honorable. No, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, thank you for the opportunity. But first, let me congratulate my junior brother for his nomination. Honorable Chair, first, can the nominee tell us the agencies that are going to be, I know it's been repeated, but I want to ask him to tell us the agencies that are going to be under his ministry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Youth Employment Agency, the National Youth Authority, the National Service Secretariat, the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, which is not an agency yet, but then before you left, there was an act that was being worked on, and so I hope the act will get passed when we take charge. MASLOC, and then the Scholarship Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, my next question will be, which of these agencies will you recommend to His Excellency the President to merge due to the duplication that is seemingly existing in terms of the functions? As a Minister for the Youth Ministry, which of these agencies will you recommend that we merge?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's early days yet. I believe when I take over as Minister, I'll have a proper brief from the various agencies, and then we'll be able to look at it and decide which ones we need to merge and which ones we need to keep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please, order. Please, order.
Honorable Chair, the OECD projects that in 26 years, the working population is likely to double in Africa. That means that 1 out of each working population will be found in Africa. Then also we know we have what we call not in education, not in employment, or not in training. With you at the Youth Ministry, how are you going to ensure that you can work with the Ministry of Education to make sure that we prepare our youth to meet this challenge, taking into consideration what we call needs, and also looking at the fact that the working population in Africa is going to double, and also considering the unemployment rate of our current youth in Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Only that's the last question. That's why it's convoluted. Listen to the answer first before you decide whether you have a follow-up or not. Because the follow-up must strictly flow from the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our challenge is not just the working class increasing. Our challenge is that there will be no jobs for us or for our population because of the issues of IT and machine learning. And so we need to prepare our youth towards that. By 2030, there will be 230 million jobs that will be needed in the IT space. And that is why His Excellency President Mama is talking about training 1 million coders. It may sound audacious, but even 1 million coders for the 4 years will not be enough for us to meet the challenges that lies ahead of us. We need to build capacities of our young people. Currently, about, if I'm not mistaken, the net population, not in employment, not in training, and not in education, stands at about 12-point-something% of the non-working population. It's a danger. The danger is that these are the group that anybody can fall on. So when we have vigilante groups, because if I have a job, I will not be a gun for her. You will not even find me to hire me. But if I don't have a job, then I'm available to do anything that anybody asks me to do. And so I am more than willing to liaise with all the relevant agencies to find out how we can reduce that number, train them properly, reset their minds, because most of them are tired. It is not that they fall into the hardcore unemployment bracket, because they have tried severally, they couldn't find jobs. And so they've come to the end of their search and said that I'm not going to do anything anymore. We need to have a mind reset. We need to reorient them. We need to constantly engage that group, because that group is a national security threat. And I am going to work with all the relevant agencies so that we train them, look for opportunities for them, and formalize some of the things they do so that they begin to see it as formal employment, and then we'll be able to get out of some of these countries.
Thank you very much. Strictly a follow-up.
It's a follow-up. Honorable Chair, thank you very much. So with respect to training them, that is where there's always a conflict, because we have Ministry of Education that is supposed to be in charge of skilling. And we also have other agencies that are supposed to be in charge of funds. So if you say training, how are you going to ensure that you don't duplicate what is happening at the Ministry of Education? And you also talked about agencies that you want to collaborate. Definitely, you need to collaborate with agencies to professionalize your youth so that they can they can have some job. And also, you will need some increased investment to be channeled to this upscaling and professionalization. So how will you ensure that you cannot have this duplication that has bedeviled this country? And how will you also ensure that you can have enough investment channeled towards your ministry so that we can have the teeming youth well prepared for this new job? Because definitely there's going to be a lot of jobs that will be lost, but the amount of jobs that are going to come in will double. So how do you intend to make sure that you don't duplicate what is happening in other ministries? And how will you also ensure that you can get that enough funds or investment to support this professionalization and upscaling?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To find funding, you must go look for it. And that is exactly what I will do when I am approved as minister. I will go look for funding wherever there is funding. We will have to knock on every door. We will also appeal to traditional authorities, local individuals, organizations, wherever we can find resources. In other jurisdictions, individuals contribute significantly. People make money and then give them out. We've seen a lot from the Jeff Bezos, the Donald, what's he called? Bill Gates and co. A lot of them. And so we'll reach out to, and in Ghana, there are so many individuals who are capable of doing that. And then we will write their names in gold in the history of this country that they supported Ghana, did ABCD. And then we'll find funding. We will also collaborate effectively with all the ministries. Luckily for us today, there is a ministry solely for youth development and empowerment. And so our task is to coordinate with all the various agencies and ministries. So if education is doing anything, just let us know. So that we also tell you that no, employment is doing the same. So channel these resources into this area. By doing so, with effective collaboration, we'll be able to end the issues of duplication. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. It's not a turn of Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Deputy Whip. Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Honorable Muhammad Erga has a follow-up. No. Oh, okay, yes.
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations, nominee. Chairman, I want to find out from the nominee. Your ministry is Ministry for Youth Development. Many a time, majority of violence and other things that happen in the country, youth are involved. Post-election violence. I want to get your view on post-election violence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My ministry is Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment. The Ghana we want requires the active participation of the youth who constitute the majority of the Ghanaian population. Resetting Ghana means total re-engagement, that is reorienting their minds, engaging them, and building for all of us the Ghana that we'll be proud of. Violence has no place in the Ghana I want. And so, as minister, I am going to work effectively with the relevant agencies, the young people out there, by finding for them sustainable jobs. If we don't address the challenge of unemployment, we'll always have these issues of violence always staring at us in the face. If I have a job in the morning, and you call me to come anywhere, and I'm going to work, there is no way I'll follow you there. And so we will tackle aggressively the issue of unemployment. And by doing so, we'll render skills training. We'll try and put everybody who is willing and able to work, so that we'll be able to change the narrative, and then these issues of post-election violence will not continue with us in our space. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Order. Chairman, I understand the nominee is the current national youth organizer of the NDC. And then you know or you understand. Chairman, I'm not NDC. I cannot speak to that fact. What about if he resigned before coming in here? It's a possibility. He could resign before coming for his...
How do you understand something you don't know?
So, Chairman, the nominee, are you still the national youth
the NDC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Chairman, now that it has been established, let me now ask my question. As National Youth Organizer of the NDC, what is your message to the youth out there on post-election violence?
This question has been asked and answered, but I will give you the opportunity to repeat the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Violence has no space in national development, and so nobody should subscribe to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, let me just, my last question. You are the National Youth Organizer of the NDC, and you have been nominated to head the Ministry for Youth Development. It means that youth development, not NDC youth, but youth of the country. When will you resign your position as a National Youth Organizer so that people will see you as a Minister of State, not a minister for NDC youth? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the time comes, I will resign. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now proceed to Honorable Patrick Goma. I will now give the floor to Minority Leader. Honorable Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Nominee, you've given your name as George Opare Ado, Esquire.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
Have you, since birth, had this name and no other name?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a local name, but it's not on any of my certificates, so when I write it, I don't write it. My mother has a pet name she calls me.
Is this a name you have on your birth certificate?
Yes, please. On my birth certificate, it reads George Opare Ado.
Please, you've given your residential address as Maple Avenue, Agboba, Accra, on page 1 of your CV.
That's correct, Mr.
Respectfully, tell this committee how long you've lived at this residential address.
If I am not mistaken, ever since the NDC lost in 20 16. Because for 8 years I was domiciled in the Cropon when I was MCE. So when I lost, I moved to that address. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, respectfully, do I take it that this was a property you acquired yourself, or you rented it, immediately you moved out of government bungalow into it?
Mr. Chairman, it is my own property. Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, are you able to tell us whether you have title to this your property?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not at the moment. I'm still working on the title because the area was demarcated, and I'm sure there was a ruling not too long ago on lands in those areas. And so we are still in the issues of resolving the issues of title. Thank you.
Are you aware of the laws of Ghana on property tax?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of that.
Have you paid any tax to the state since, wait, I'm not done. Have you paid any tax to the state since you bought this property?
Mr. Chairman, I did not buy the property. And every year I pay my property rate. The district assembly sends a rate to me and then I pay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me go to the educational background column of your CV, still on page 1. I know for a fact that non-LLB holders who desire to pursue the law program at the Ghana School of Law for some time back had to study for a qualifying certificate in law. On your CV, you state that you are a holder of LLB from GIMPA, and at the same time, you state that you pursued qualifying certificate of law from Ghana School of Law. If it pleases you, would you want Mr. Chairman's leave to amend this record?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. It is a mistake, and I'm sure it was an oversight. So I'll need Mr. Chairman's to amend his leave to amend the CV. Thank you.
So may you take Mr. Chairman's leave to amend your CV and specifically what you would want to amend, and do so aloud.
If it pleases the chair.
Honorable nominee, I realize it's a typo. The P, the professional certificate, is missing.
Certainly.
So you can amend and add it.
Honorable nominee, if you be pleased, may you take Chairman's leave to amend the records.
I've already granted leave that you can amend.
bit confused if you can help me out.
Well, I noticed that what he is complaining about, PCL, can mean something else. Because the PCL, those who didn't go through law school have the opportunity to do that preliminary law course to get to the... Those who didn't do LLB from the university. But you have done the LLB, you entered the law school, and you graduated as a professional lawyer. So it should be qualifying professional certificates in law. So I realized that the word professional is missing. So you have the opportunity to put the word professional there.
Mr. Chairman, I'm doing.
So, what are you amending? No, he's still not done it. Colleagues, my dear guests, we are here for a serious business. Please bear with us. And, Chairman, I think...
Mr. Chairman, I have amended the professional certificate of law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Rox now.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, I'm surprised about Ranking's approach. It is the practice of committees of parliament that where clerical errors such as this are detected and there are corrections, the corrections are deemed effected consequentially pursuant to the leave sought from the chairman. So it is not the case that the nominee must take pen, make the corrections around the table. The correction is deemed done consequentially pursuant to the leave sought. So the document before each member on this committee is deemed corrected. The members will take pen and do the insertion where appropriate. I think that the ranking member, who's a senior member of this house, knows this. So we plead with him. We should make progress on this matter. Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we make progress?
Honorable Chairman, thank you. Honorable nominee, page 4 of your CV, you have the hobbies: reading, playing football, surfing the internet. Let's go to the second one, playing football. How often or how regular do you play football?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Averagely, once every 2 or 3 weeks, I find myself on the field to play. And I play with a few of the honorable members of this house sometimes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Nominee, on the same page, you have references. 2 names are there. I shall first deal with the name Samuel Ofosu Ampofu. I am aware that he earned he earned a PhD from GIMPA. Would you be fair to him to amend your records, which record currently stands at Mr. to Samuel Ofosu Ampofo, PhD? Would you? With the leave of Mr. Chairman?
With the leave of Mr. Chairman, I will make those amendments. Thank you.
All members, amendment accordingly carried out.
Now, to take somebody as your referee, to me means a lot. Share with us how Dr. Ofosu Ampofo has inspired your career.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you indulge me, Honorable Samuel Ofosu Ampofo was instrumental in me coming into mainstream politics. In 2008, he was one of those who identified me and pushed me to become a parliamentary candidate for the NDC Industry constituency. In 2009, when His Excellency President John Ivan Satamios of blessed memory nominated me to become District Chief Executive then, he was my regional minister. And then within that same period, he became the local government minister. National Youth Organizer in my first term in 2018, he was my national chairman. And so I have had him in all my states through my political life. And that is how come, from my political experiences, I have learned and garnered a lot from Dr. Samuel Ofosu Ampofo. Thank you.
Who is Richard Ado?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Richard Ado is my big brother and a business mogul in this country. I worked under him in the private sector when I was working within the private space.
The company IGIT group of companies, are you a director of that company?
Mr. Chairman, I used to be a director until I joined politics and he cut me out. Thank you.
Since you're a lawyer and some law students would want to know some fact, did you resign as a director?
Yes, I did resign, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have some shares in the company?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have shares in some of my family's businesses.
Honorable nominee, I am only...
They are asking the question with specific reference to a company. So your answer should relate to that specific company.
Mr. Chairman, the name of the company is IGIT Group of Companies. So it is not just one company in question. It's the IGIT Group of Companies. That is why I said I have shares in some of the companies.
All right, so let's do a little exercise there then, since you are. Now, the IGIT Group of Companies, how many subsidiaries are there?
Mr. Chairman, I may not be able to volunteer that information rightly. I don't have all. I know there are a few companies in there, but I don't know the numbers because the company keeps growing. And because I'm not active in there, I may not be able to answer all the specific questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The IGIT group of companies, is it a holding company?
Mr. Chairman, like I said, it was structured. It was one company initially, and then we had other subsidiaries under it. But I left the company a very long time ago. In 2009, when I became municipal chief executive, I ceased working with the organization. But it sits in the family, so occasionally I find out what is happening. And I know I have shares, because my shares, I know how shares work. I have not relinquished of my shares, I have not taken them back. But I know that he's added or a few other companies. But as to what the structure is, I have not I have not found myself asking those questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, I don't want us to enter the company law classroom, but your juniors at the bar listening, your seniors and your contemporaries will expect certain answers, because these are very specific matters of law which you and I cannot do anything about. Is it your case that a group, the name you provided, AGIC Group of Companies, is not a holding company? Is that your case?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's not a holding company.
I didn't hear that.
It is not a holding company, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee.
Chairman, Mr. Adam, once you've told a committee, we are all students of the law, that IJIT group of companies has some subsidiaries, and it's tried. That is a holding company with some subsidiaries they're under, with a different structure, directors, shareholders, and different shareholding structure. So don't worry, let's make progress on that. That's it.
So that is why, you know, I urge you to please pay attention, you know, so that if we might have to do some corrections, so chairman would always grant you the leave to amend. I understand. We give out things to our secretaries to type for us, and sometimes they make mistakes. So I will move away from there. However, I need you to confirm whether the resignation that you tendered was a resignation to the Registrar General, where the Registrar of Companies, who is a custodian of all these the communications, whether you sent it to the Secretary to process it at the Registrar of Companies.
Mr. Chairman, in 2009, when I resigned, I handed over my resignation, the letter to the then Chief Executive Officer of the company. Thank you.
Now, Honorable Nominee, you have indicated membership of bodies and associations. Are you a Freemason?
Yes, I'm a Mason.
Who is your mother?
Amity.
In all difficulties and dangers, in whom do you place your trust?
The Grand Architect of the universe.
To what extent do you assure the Ghanaian youth that this new portfolio given you will be to their benefit?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I started by saying that the day His Excellency nominated me, I put out a statement urging every Ghanaian youth to believe in the kind of leadership I bring on board. I am not going to be discriminatory. I'm here to serve the Ghanaian youth, and no other person. Thank you.
The CV that you provided you indicated religion, Christian, into brackets, Presbyterian. tell this committee how active you are in the Presbyterian Church.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not too active, but I'm a Presbyterian, baptized and confirmed a Presbyterian. Thank you.
Mr. President, has recently told us that perhaps instead of enacting on the family value system, we should rather introduce the Ghanaian value system in our school curriculum. Do you fully support this view by Mr. President?
Mr. Chairman, I'm in full support of what the President has said. Thank you.
So just by way of recap, instead of Parliament enacting a law against this LGBT++, you also share in the view that we don't need a law, but rather from our basic schools, our children must be taught and taught actively.
Nonetheless, may I know where the view that we shouldn't pass the law is coming from?
Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, very respectfully, thank you for the question. I didn't want to bore us. Quite recently, when His Excellency had the honor of
Please go ahead.
When the President had the honor of receiving the Catholic clergy, the issue of the LGBT law came to the fore. Mr. President, in responding to the clergy, stated as follows, that one, he is aware that Parliament passed the law. However, since it got some potholes along the way, we already know the Supreme Court issue that came out. It didn't eventually get to the presidency for assent. That to him, a new discussion would have to come up, and possibly the Attorney General owning the bill. That is, it being owned by the state. Then he went further to say that perhaps if the discussion is escalated and we pay attention to introducing our value system in our schools for our children to know what our values are as Ghanaians, perhaps there may be no need to enact. So that's the background. That's the background. Now, having that background, I just want to know from you whether
I recognize Roxanne Dafamoko on point of order.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, gratuitously, I was one of the people who sponsored that legislation. And I listened to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama carefully when he had that engagement. I think the ranking member and the minority leader is misinterpreting and getting the context wrongly in regurgitating what is supposedly is attributable to the president. I think if he wants to make his point, he can make his point firmly, without linking it to what the president supposedly said or not. To that extent, I think that he's misinforming the public. He is suggesting that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama says that there will be no need to pass that legislation, and that cannot be accurate. With all due respect to the ranking member, that cannot be accurate.
Honourable members, from even the narration of the minority leader, he said the president says the Attorney General may have to own that particular bill. What is the meaning of Attorney General owning a bill that is not going to be passed? Definitely, from his own narration, it means that the bill must be passed, introduced in Parliament by his Attorney General. The bill itself is seeking to promote Ghanaian family value. Therefore, the introduction of that bill in our schools is in tandem with the very bill. So how can the statement be to the effect that he doesn't want that bill to be passed? So please, let's make progress. If you can, minority leader can veer from that point and then we'll proceed.
Chairman, I've learned that patience answers all. Honorable nominee, there is a school of thought that holds a view that we should enact a law as Parliament to promote proper Ghanaian family value and sexual family value and our sexuality. There is also another school of thought that holds a view that instead of an enactment, we should rather introduce our value system in our school curriculum. Being the minister designate for youth development and empowerment, well aware of the Gen Z thinking and how society has become fluid on a number of these issues, thereby diluting our value system. What option would you have out of these two schools of thought?
Option one, Mr. Chairman, thank you. A law being passed to promote our family values in our schools and also make sure that things are done right there. So we cannot use Gen Zs as an excuse. The older generation has a responsibility of bringing them up right, and that's what we must do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, if God willing, you get the opportunity to serve in cabinet, do you assure the nation that when this matter comes up, and these two schools of thoughts make a presentation, you will reaffirm your position on the enactment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
And yes, I've heard you. I appreciate that. The issue of youth unemployment is of concern to all of us. Would you agree to a suggestion to the effect that our youth do not take advantage of social intervention opportunities that are often introduced by governments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It cannot entirely be correct that our youth do not take advantage of social interventions introduced by governments. As a country, we've not been very intentional and deliberate about issues confronting young people. And so if we are intentional and deliberate, I believe we will achieve the results. We have paid a lot of lip service to issues that affect young people. And over the years, we have seen a lot of duplications, and so we have not built the right synergies to get the right results that we seek. If we put issues that affect young people at the center and focus and make the information available to them, I believe we'll be able to fix the issue of unemployment that confronts us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, I would give you a practical background to the question I want to ask you. I claim your attention. I've been 8 years assemblyman in my 4th term as a member of parliament. The youth of Efutu, that's where I know. So I will use that as an example to lay the foundation and see how you react to it. Will come, they want to be empowered. I'm doing business. I need money. I want taxi, work and pay. Buy me a car. I need industrial machine. Buy me. Do work and pay. I need Prajia. Buy it for me. I will do work and pay. I need Abubuya. Work and pay. I need Albomoto for fisheries. Fishing. Buy it for me. I will pay. I need canoe. Buy it for me. I will go fishing and I will pay. My experience from Efutu is that these opportunities end up as giveaways rather than the funds being plowed back for us, I will put it, the second batch or another batch. I've spoken or engaged a lot of my colleagues in Parliament. The story is the same all over. First of all, as MC for 8 years, did you have such an experience? Be honest. Be honest to the issue so that we can have a national conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I was MC, we implemented a LSDEP program. Under LSDEP, I still know some of the people who benefited and are still using the equipment they got under LSDEP in the equipment of municipality. The challenge is not that our youth are not hardworking or they are not aspirational.
Honorable, with respect, that is not what I've said. Please, I'm careful with the language. Take it easy. Take it easy. I haven't used the word our youth are not aspirational. I have not used the word our youth are not hardworking. If we want to have a national conversation which will solve your problem and my problem and our problem as a political class, let's do so. And I think around this table, the nation has offered us an opportunity as a political class to confront this matter. If we choose to do partisan politics, well, I will leave the jury out there to judge. And you may not have gotten a golden opportunity. So please take it easy and deal with the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The approach that some of us have used in resourcing our young people has been wrong. The manner in which we give out some of these items, it becomes giveaways. But if we put them through a program, a regime, and then we mentor them through a certain process, because other organizations are doing it. MasterCard is going through a similar program. Other international organizations are doing similar programs and are elevating poverty and resourcing people and taking them out. So we need to go back to the drawing board. We need to go back to these organizations and find out how they are doing it and why they are getting it right. And then we need to take out the politics. Fortunately for us, because we are politicians, we tend to look at our people first. And so we don't end up giving resources to people who genuinely deserve it. And that is what we must first check. Let's take out the partisan politics, and then let's begin to see the young people of this country as young people, irrespective of which party they belong to. And let's listen to them. Let's put them in some incubators, build them, resource them, and we may get some coming out well. You may not score 100%, but with the right approach, right incentives, you may get a lot of them turning out right and then fixing this problem that confronts all of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Nominee, I appreciate your answer. That will be a happy one for a good theorist. But you and I know, as national youth organizer, your constituency youth organizers are expectant. Your regional youth organizers are expectant. The many youths who during the campaign took pictures with you are going to show you pictures that they were there with you. I agree with you that the approach by politicians could be a factor. But can we really detach from this? And can you assure the nation, including your own party members, that all social intervention opportunities aimed at empowering them, aimed at empowering the Ghanaian youth, will not be based on party lines, and that it will not be freebies. They would have to pay back to allow for another batch to benefit.
Mr. Chairman, I give assurances of the highest order. Thank you.
Now, I will lay a foundation on this same youth empowerment thing. You know, because I've been part of the District Assembly concept for a long time, I know this as a fact. President Rawlings, blessed memory, introduced this poverty alleviation intervention program. Many people got loans. They didn't pay. It became a cost to the state. Kufuor introduced Maslock. Many people got the funds. They didn't pay. It became a cost to the state. Professor Mills of blessed memory continued the Maslock and even further introduced some empowerment programs to support the youth. People did not pay. It became a cost to the state. President Mahama, in his first step, continued. I remember State of the Nation address some youth intervention programs. In 2017, when Akufo-Addo came into office, the records at Maslock was to the fact that a lot of people took the funds, did not do what they did. In MPP, 8 years, same thing happened. They didn't pay. You've come in. Once again, share with us, with timelines, when you intend to introduce a system to change the psyche of our youth to the effect that when it comes from a political source, please pay. Because if you don't pay, it becomes a cost to the state, and there will be nothing more left for your brother or your sister who is yet to get it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish I could share with you timelines, but it is not feasible at this stage. I know what the problem is, we all know what the problem is, but we need to sit down with the state actors and have a thorough understanding of what the problem is. When that is done, I'll be able to tell this committee at a later date how long it's going to take us to fix the problem you are referring to. Thank you.
Honorable colleague, do you have your own youth agenda as you go into the ministry?
My vision sits with that of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama.
What is that vision? Share with us your vision on youth development and empowerment.
It's to build a merit-based society, a society where opportunities avail themselves to every young person, where we will empower them for them to take up the challenges of national development that awaits all of us. Thank you.
My worthy brother, I know you would have challenges. It's not easy, but with God on your side, I know it shall be well. It's not easy. I wish you well, and I pray that you are able to implement this great vision of yours. Thank you so much indeed for indulging me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I will now turn to my right and take a question from Honorable Ayaraga.
Nominee, congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. You were asked a lot of questions about the fact that the other sectors that we have, say education, healthcare, housing, agriculture, they all equally pertain to the welfare of the youth. Their training, education, skills development, their economic conditions, health, and etc. And I see that you were pressed to define how you will coordinate activities across sectors. My question is, as the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment, you will get to sit in cabinet. Even if you are not a cabinet minister, you get to sit in cabinet, where all these policies in these different sectors will be developed, approved. As Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment, do you see an opportunity to advocate across sectors
to ensure that every ministry sector, policies, programs, whatever it is that they are developing, even financing, that they make adequate provision for the youth of this country.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe rightly so. That should be the norm because of the challenges that we are all confronted with, the issue of youth unemployment and the danger that awaits all of us if we don't deal with it. President Mahama, recognizing this, has set up this ministry so that we will be able to add our voices and coordinate the activities of all the various ministries to help solve this challenge that confronts us. So rightly so, that will be done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You went around the country, you campaigned very hard, you sold the agenda of the NDC to the youth. They bought into it and they voted NDC into office. For the first time, President John Dramani Mahama, in an unprecedented fashion, has set up a special ministry to focus on the welfare of the youth. How would you grade President John Dramani Mahama in terms of his commitment to the welfare of the youth?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me use this opportunity to commend President Mahama for what he's done. When we opened the National Youth Secretariat, he made a commitment to the young people of this country that when given the nod to lead a game, they will really set up a ministry solely for youth development and empowerment. That promise he has fulfilled. He also promised that he's going to empower and appoint a lot of young people into his cabinet. I believe the list that has come, we've seen a lot of youthful faces. And so we commend President Mahama, on behalf of the Ghanaian youth, we commend President Mahama for giving us this opportunity. And we assure him we won't let him down. Thank you.
My last question. With the creation of this youth development and empowerment, and you know the word empowerment is itself very powerful. Do you see light at the end of the tunnel in terms of the welfare and progress of the youth of this country?
Leadership, they say, is a cost. What follows are the effects of it. President Mahama has shown leadership, and I believe with his 4 years, the Ghanaian youth will set well. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Honorable John Dumelo. Please, order. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, congratulations once again. And I also want to say thank you for all the work you did in Ayawa SOS. For me to become MP. My question is simple. I don't know if it happens in other constituencies, but when you come to Ayawa West, you have airport traffic lights, Shashi, Upholding, and sometimes the ANC area. You have a lot of street guys there, the young guys, and sometimes they do bother a lot of motorists in traffic. My first question is there any plan for them so that they can stop what they are doing? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of those people you find there are children. And so I have to go to the Minister for Gender and Children Protection to look for a comprehensive plan and program to enroll these people. But I assure you that we will do something about it. It's becoming a menace and it must be dealt with. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. My second and last question. You did touch on agric, but as a proper farmer myself, I would want you to just elaborate something on agribusiness. That is adding value to what we the farmers produce. You did talk about farmers and the help you give to farmers. What about those who who want to add value? What about those who want to set up small industries so that they can all add something to the value chain? Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the manifesto of the NDC, we have a program that seeks to support young people, young entrepreneurs who want to venture into agri-business. Apart from that, we are also going to pursue an aggressive program where Ghanaians can be marketed abroad internationally to the international market. And so we will be liaising with the Ministry of Trade and all the relevant agencies. And we will also be helping young people set up cooperatives. And we are going to set up a fund that is going to support young people who want to venture into agriculture. It is all stated in the manifesto. And so once it rolls out, we will help support the young. We cannot continue with the post-harvest losses. It must come to an end somehow, some way. And that we intend to achieve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I pray for you. Pray for you too.
Any further question? I will now give the floor to Honorable Zuera Ibrahim.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and congratulations, my brother, my friend, my in-law.
Thank you.
And I call you Pablo. Please indulge me, Chairman. I just want to say congratulations to you.
Thank you.
And wish you well. You and I have worked successfully on 3 projects and all have been very successful. I trust you. I believe in your capabilities. And I know that you are going to meet the aspirations of the youth of this country. The youth of Salaga South are upbeat. The youth of Ghana are upbeat. And I know you are going to deliver. May Allah be with you. Thank you.
All members, I will recognize Patrick Boerman. He promised to be very brief.
Very brief. Very, very brief. Congratulations, youth leader.
Thank you.
I know you are very energetic, and the youth of the country, not the NDC youth, are upbeat to see how you deliver your new portfolio. But let's do some mathematics. I went through your manifesto. That's the blueprint of your campaign. And realized, I think it's paragraph 5.5, that's where it starts. It's page 156 of 200. Yeah.
Honourable members, I believe strongly our brothers from the other side are in love with our manifesto.
They did a seminar
Chairman, tells you how serious we are. Not wanting to let anybody slip through. Under your Ejuma program, do you have it there, Pablo? Or you chewed it?
We had the youth manifesto. The Ejuma project is also in it, and then it finds space in the main manifesto. So
that's right.
I'm able to speak to it.
I can tell from that paragraph that you are telling the good people of this country, your microphone please, that you'll be creating 10,000 jobs annually in that particular program. Given the fact that we have 276 constituencies. I don't know, if you have a calculator, let us know how many jobs you'll be creating in each constituency under that program. I did my mathematics, but I want you to tell the committee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. In terms of constituencies, I will not be able to give a figure.
Oh, 276 constituencies.
No, if you indulge me.
We are 276.
If you indulge me. The reason is that the urban areas have more people than the rural communities. The migration into the urban areas is one thing we should also consider in looking at this problem and creating of jobs. Currently, with our population, about 60.5% of our total population are within the urban areas. And if I intend to speak to constituencies, I may end up leaving out some because of where the numbers are. But we intend to create jobs. And we see, I've always said that there are a lot of jobs in the system. Unfortunately, we've not formalized them. Let's take Accra, for instance, there are about 200,000 middle-level income households. And in each of these households, you will find a domestic worker in that house. We pay them an average between 1,000 and 2,000 cedis. Yes. Some earn as much as 2,000, yes. The minimum wage is 18 cedis, 50 pesos or so. It comes up to about 820 cedis or so. But when you meet this person who works domestically, you tell him he's unemployed. It is because he needs a reset. And so we must reset them to appreciate what they do. And then scale them up and add value to what they do. Because in other jurisdictions, we live in this country and people bring in domestic workers from the Philippines and employ them. But we can do same. Let me give you another example. The National Service Scheme is doing something that we are not paying attention to. It's called accounting aid. We train over 3,000, 4,000 accountants every year. They come out of school and can't find jobs. Yet a lot of our mothers who own our shops in Makola, Cantamanto, have no basic knowledge of bookkeeping. Deploying these people to even go help them manage their books. And per the records I saw, in one area, one shop, one person lost almost 12,000 worth of goods because all the goods had expired. She was just buying and not checking and taking stock. And so imagine we deploy all these young people and then set them up, give them the right training, and then ask them to go out there and help with basic bookkeeping skills for these organizations out there. A lot of jobs will be created. In the ICT space, that is what is driving the world today. If we put special emphasis on training and embarking on this 1 million coders program, you'll be amazed how many young people who will be able to set up. Because today, creating and opening of a business is not brick and mortar anymore. With your laptop, in the comfort of your bedroom, you can work anywhere in this world. Business process outsourcing is happening, call centers are happening all around the world. Knowledge process outsourcing. People with the technical know-how sitting in Accra on Zooms and then lecturing and impacting knowledge around the world. And so it is how we look at it and how we intend to fix this problem. And I'm sure you know Patrick Wama, we will get Ghana working again. Thank you.
So, thanks for the lecture, but my question was not, you intend putting together a formula based on the size of districts and constituencies to share this 10,000 jobs. That's my understanding. But it took me to another level. But I've gone through it. I know you have digital literacy, access, youth and skills development, youth participation in entrepreneurship and what have you. I also saw that you want to set up establish a youth entrepreneurship micro scheme institution with a seed capital of 750 million Ghana cedis. We are under an IMF program. Your Minister of Finance was here, seated where you are, trying to cut down waste, trying to find innovative ways of raising revenue. 750 million Ghana cedis is about 46 million US dollars. How can you convince Dr. Kasiela to force him, who is seeking additional financing from the IMF and World Bank, to put in money into this credit scheme, not believing in the repayment of the credit that you intend to give out, which is a very good idea, but you and I know that it's not easy going after people who owe. How can you convince this committee that Dr. Forsen will put in so much into this program? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where Ghana sits today, if you look at the data and you appreciate the challenge of youth unemployment, 14.8% of our population are unemployed. Out of that 7.3 million Ghanaians are within vulnerable employment, and 1.2 million Ghanaians are within not in training, not in education, and not in employment. this is a national security threat, and issues of national security should be treated seriously. I believe strongly that when we pitch with the Honorable Minister for Finance and we put forward a good proposal and we decouple this fund from the usual strings of politics attached to it, and what we seek to do with this fund, the vision is clear and there is a clear understanding. I believe strongly that he will buy into it and help us find the necessary funding to fund it. We will also have to look elsewhere internationally to find funding for this. And so there are issues affecting young people, and because of the digital space we find ourselves in, there is a lot of funding out there. We will take advantage of it, go out there, seek that support, and get funding to come and roll out this program. But it will help change and re-employ our young people. Thank you.
Just a follow-up. I know the Green Army is right behind you. Very
please, we are in Parliament. Committee sittings is the same as parliamentary sitting. So what you have just done is out of order. We don't do it in Parliament. So if we do that again, I'll be compelled to fight you for contempt. And we'll send you to a privileged committee.
Chairman, and you'll be the same person to represent them there. You see? So they have right to counsel. So, Mr. Ado, my good friend, my last question. You were very honest in your presentation that you give effect to the National Service Act, which was passed under President Kufuor and the administration. Which aspects of the Act will you be giving effect to enable you realize your dreams as a minister for youth empowerment, youth development and empowerment? On that note, I wish you the very best and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've looked at the Acts and I've also looked at the national policy. There are a lot of good programs in there. I met the outgoing Director General, and after the brief, I assured him that I'm not the appointing authority, but whoever goes to sit in that chair as the National Service Director General, I will try and put the two of them in touch, so that all the knowledge he has, because he's very knowledgeable when I engage him, all the knowledge he has.
entry, Doctor.
Yes, Dr. entry, very knowledgeable. All the knowledge he has, he can share with whoever comes to sit in that chair. Because I believe that if power changes hands, whatever is good must be carried upon. And I've seen a lot of good things in the Act, and I assure this committee that we will work with it and give it the necessary effect that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Honorable Lucas. Again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My good brother, Honorable George Upayadu, a.k.a. Pablo, congratulations.
Thank you.
I have no doubt in my mind, first of all, it's going to be a brief question, because we've been here for a while, and I think almost all the questions have been exhausted. And but rightly so, because of the position you are going to occupy. Youth unemployment is the biggest economic problem this country is facing, apart from our debts. So we want to make sure that the gentleman we are sending there, who knows so well about youth, will be able to, do the job. My specific question is that when, not if, you get a nod to become the minister responsible for the youth and the youth development and empowerment. Very powerful post. What will be your grand plan, very briefly, about women development? You have Women's Bank coming up, but that is just a tool in the grand scheme of women's development. Just a very simple, grand plan to that you'll be able to, bring on board. Now, I just want to congratulate you. As I said, I have no doubt that you do a good job. The only thing I want to say to you is that up Santa Claus, stand up to honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Forgive us, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's unfortunate. We own the largest collection of gentlemen. You find them in Addis Ababa College. Thank you. If you look at the data, women unemployment is high. It stands at about 60.2 or so percent. And so we need to look at it from a different perspective entirely. I will need to sit down with the minister responsible for gender and social protection and then come out with a workable plan, one that is feasible. We have a lot of programs we'll be running under the manifesto, the National Apprenticeship Program, the 1 million coders program, but we must do something deliberate for women and we must be very intentional about it. And I want to assure this committee that given the nod, we will do that to the best of our abilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for your endurance. I will now proceed to recognize the following people. Aina Garba, a spouse of the nominee. Oviniba SB Ado, nominee's father. Faustina Labi, the nominee's mother. Richard Yao Ado, brother. Reverend Francis Enki, Reverend Uboko, Ose Adeyo, Resi Ekubu, Uboko, okay, thank you. Ose Adeyo, Resi Ekufu, Okwepi Wini, Nana Ansasa Sraku the third, Mampini and Chidomini of Oklahoma State, Nana Utubo Jankwesi, Eburihini and Adontihini of Oklahoma State, Osubunja, Ututu Ababio, Ebuklomini and Mankihini of Oklahoma State. Osajifo Ampin Anye Wenchihini Ochechekro Kwamisachi Ababio Abutachihini and Eklapin Asosohini. Forgive me if I don't pronounce the word correctly. Emmanuel Ukaimunta, National Youth Committee Chairman. Order. Harry N.P. Kakari, Special Aid. Alahaji Farian Alasan, renowned banker. Reverend Philip Makonu Boji, Head Pastor, Charisma House Chapel, Ghana. Abubakar Mutu Raman, Esquire, lawyer. Osahini Boafo and San the Third, Kontihini Ekwapin. Awo Kurama Nifahima Edukrum. Last on the list, It's like this other old boys association. Santa 1999. Honourable members, I use the opportunity to thank the nominee for attending upon the committee, answering questions vociferously as a lawyer. You are hereby discharged, and surely you hear from the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
As for me, I take very good care of my grandkids. Ye dear grow, na yes, a room maybe crana, me bano timide, or maybe gumi so weekend. Hey, mumle, mimre. I don't think I'm a catcher or say, ya no medi garlic capsules. Posun, a basis so come. As I stand here, my doctor said.